Just bear with me a couple minutes till I try and get my phone to reconnect to the Wi-Fi so I can see chat. Because for some reason my phone will not even connect to Twitch at the moment. Alright, let's see if the Wi-Fi will let me do anything. Yeah, I completely lost Wi-Fi earlier, so that's why I was off. Um, my stream ended abruptly, but it's I forgot the schools are closed for spring break, so the internet and the Wi-Fi, unfortunately for the next week, is going to be complete and utter crap. So, but I decided just to take an early lunch and reset the router, restart the computer, restart the phone, and we'll see if that had, hoping that fixes it. So I can at least get through till, a couple hours till dinner time. So I don't know. No promises, but I'll go as long as the Wi-Fi holds out. That's all I can promise. And hopefully my phone will stay connected. But I literally just had to restart my phone as well, so it's going to be one of those days. It's until I get my darn Social Security disability case taken care of and I'm in my own place, and then I'm hardwired where I don't have to rely on the Wi-Fi. So we shall see. I'm not going to be too concerned with the open grass area until we get the next set of houses in. But we'll take the side yard up to the end, to the mountain. But appreciate everybody coming back in. Like I said, it's going to be major Wi-Fi issues until spring break is over. But I will do my best to get back on. So if you hear all the weird noises in the background and a very loud young lady, it's my sister's granddaughter. Chef, hello. And she was never ever taught the difference between an inside voice and an outside voice. So you shall hear a very loud young lady in the background today. But we're getting the rest of the visibility nodes in for the smokehouse, and then we'll work on the invisibility nodes for the smokehouse. And we'll try and get this up and running today. So let's change transform groups with this one. And we'll try and get this tree somewhat lined up with this one so we can keep a straight line going. Let's throw one about here. We'll throw one about here. And then let's grab a small birch. Let's go like a stage 2. Yeah, that'll work. But yeah, she's definitely on the loud side, and even I think the dog is looking for a place to hide today. Now what I may do is the next factory we'll put on this side of the road, we'll put like another row of townhomes or a couple more single homes coming up this road. But what I may do is on the end of this road, I may put another house just in here on the end of the road. So I'm going to leave that space empty for now. We can always change that tree if we have to. All right, let's throw at least one car or something in the driveway for this guy. So let's head up here to the auto sales and see what we can find. I'm going to have to try and find a couple just single cars, so I'm not using the same ones over and over again. But let's grab... Should I throw an old tractor in? Yeah, let's throw an old tractor in the driveway instead. Let's grab one of these guys. So duplicate that guy. Find our visibility node. No, not the oil well, smokehouse. Edit, cut, visibility, paste. Alright, let's throw a tractor down here. And like I said, I do apologize. I don't know how the Wi-Fi is going to be complete crap, so I'll stay as long as I can. But with the schools being in spring break this week, it's going to be really bad. Alright, that'll work. So we'll just leave you parked in the driveway. We'll put our sign here, probably right here to build our next factory with, to build the smokehouse with. Alright, so that's our invisibility node. That's our visibility node. Now we have to work on our invisibility node. So smokehouse, let's grab a transform group. I'm just going to duplicate so I have a couple extras. So let's go edit, cut, and paste. This will be invisibility. Alright, so there's going to be our invisibility node. Let's get our smokehouse fenced in so you don't have access to it until you build it. Oh, I forgot my 16x script. Hold on. Let me turn that on or the map will disappear. But I finally did figure out what was crashing the islands map. So unfortunately it's a complete V2.0 is trash, and I'm a complete rebuild on that map, unfortunately. So, alright, so let's get our visibility nodes. Let's get our fence in first. So I'm going to come up here, and I'm going to steal a section of fence. Edit, cut, and paste. And you will work. So let's get you in here. So we can put our construction barrier in. And then we got all the XML work to do yet. After we get this visibility node in, or I'm sorry, invisibility node, we have all the XML work to do. And then we may work on, after this is in and running, I want to try and get the hot air balloon. I'm not going to put the drivable one in from the homestead map because this file size is already getting, the file size for this map is already getting huge, and it may end up with its own common files folder. So I'm not going to put the drivable balloon in, but I'm just want to put the regular hot air balloon in though. Now you're going to help. Okay, let me get this next section and then I'll adjust that one. So I want to make sure this is back far enough off the road. Okay, I think we're good. So we'll get the hot air balloon off the list. Chef, what was causing the crash, if you don't mind me asking? For some reason, and I don't know why, when I rebuilt the islands map, I eliminated all the single warehouses from the logistics center. I got rid of everything from the truck pike lot. So that's a placeable area. So that was a placeable area. I put the new central warehouses in, central warehouse cold in. Everything was working perfect. I put the clay pit in. Everything was working perfect. I put the staffing agency in, all the bus stops in, so every factory was working. And I decided I put out a vote on Facebook saying, hey, anybody playing the islands map, do you want me to delete feed mill 1 and feed mill 2 so you have room for more placeable factories? So everything was fine until I deleted the 2 feed mills. Deleting the 2 feed mills weren't the problem. Deleting the smoke particle from any building in any of my maps will cause it to crash, and nobody knows why. So I cannot delete any smoke particles from any existing factory, even with the new game save, in any of my maps for any reason. And nobody knows why. Even Papa Smurf can't figure out why. But as soon as I delete a smoke particle, the entire map crashes and will no longer open in the editor. Yeah, that's a really, really weird reason. So what I did is I went back in as a really quick test this morning. I went in, I put version 1.3 back in the mods folder, unzipped it. So it was like completely unchanged from version 1.3, so nothing was done to it. I went in, I deleted feed mill 1, saved it, closed the editor, And as soon as I opened up the editor, it crashed. So I went in and I started deleting. So I had to trash that copy, put version 1.3 back in, unzip it. So I went back into the map and I started deleting one part of the factory at a time. So I would delete one part of the factory, close the editor, open it back up, delete a second part of the factory, close it, open it back up. I spent about 3 hours doing that. And I finally figured out as soon as I delete any smoke particle from any factory anywhere in the map, it crashes the map. So I deleted the factories and I took the smoke particles and I just raised them up in the air, up into the sun to where the clouds are. So I cannot delete any of the smoke particles. I can delete the factory. I just can't delete the smoke particles. And I have no idea why. So now I have to, and then I was so pissed off that I have to redo that entire update. I just decided not to work on it for a couple days. So next week, well, let me get that little bit of grass here before I put this section of fence in where I can't see. Let me go grass. So I only got like 2 or 3 hours of sleep last night because I was playing with the, I was trying to figure out why the islands map kept crashing every time I would make a change to it. And I finally, by process of elimination after like 3 or 4 hours, figured out that I cannot delete any smoke particles. So, so I went in. So I spent about an hour in the map. I deleted the feed mills, and I turned those 2 spaces into a just an empty spot to put future placeable factories down. So they're just an empty concrete lot. And then I put all my files back in for the HUDs, the fill types, the fill planes, the particle effects, the palettes. So all that work is done. But I have to go back now. Now I have to go back to the logistics center. I have to delete all those old factories again. Then I have to go back in and put the new central station, central warehouse back in. I have to put the clay pit back in. I have to put the staffing agency back in. I have to put all the bus stops back in. So it's basically at this point redoing the entire update again for a second time. And I was just in absolutely no mood to work on it today. Alright, so there's going to be our construction barrier. So you can't get in here until you build it. So let's get over here. I need one more section of fence. So duplicate you, pull you out just a hair from the other fence. Alright. So now let's minimize this. Let's go to signs. And I can delete these. Let's grab our blank template. And we'll go File, Export, Signs. And we'll go Open, what are we building? Slaughterhouse, or smokehouse. So this will be to open the smokehouse. And we go File, Export, and this will be to build the smokehouse. Alright. So, let me close that one. I don't need it open. Alright, so let's come over here to textures. We'll grab our blank sign. It's going to ask me if I want to. Nope, I don't want to install the new version. So let's go 28 should do. So to open, or to build. I guess build. No, that's fine. It doesn't matter. To open the smokehouse. Go to the construction office. And we'll go File, Save As. We'll save you as sign, open smokehouse. And then we'll come back over here. And we'll go sign, open smokehouse. So that one should fix this one. Yep. So that one's good. So now we got to make the sign to actually build the smokehouse. Now, let me grab my notebook. Okay, so smokehouse. This is going to be later game because you're going to have to get some other factories going. You're going to have to get fishing up and running. You're going to have to get fish. So this is a late game factory. So I want concrete. Let's do lumber. Let's do steel. Let's do paint. Let's do glass. Where's my list of building materials? What am I missing? Here we go. Let's do door and window. Let's make it really hard. Let's go insulation and roofing. This is going to be an expensive factory to build. Okay, so let's go back to our sign. So let's go back in here. Let's go back in here. So to build the smokehouse. Actually, I want to go down in font. Hold on. Let me back that out. I'm going to go down in font a little bit. Deliver. Yeah, it works. How expensive do we want it to be? 200,000 liters each of the following. Can I fit it in there? Am I gonna have to go a little bit smaller? We're gonna have to go a little bit smaller. That works. So to build the smokehouse, deliver 200,000 liters each of the following. So let's go with concrete. Lumber, steel, let's go with paint, and then we'll go glass, door, window, insulation and roofing. Alright, that works. So this is what we'll need to build the smokehouse with. So let's go File, save as, and instead of open the smokehouse, let's go with build. If I can spell, B-U-I-L-D. Alright. And now we take you, and we change you to build the smokehouse. Now that should fix this sign. And it does. Alright. So now come over here and we go File, Import this one. And it has to go in the transform group. And there we go. So to open the smokehouse, go to the construction office. So bam, that's going to finish that area. Now let's come up here to the construction office. And let's get this part done so we can actually test this factory after we do the XML work. So this part of the map is starting to look like a really nice housing development after we get all these factories built. Alright, so we need, next up is, let's get a stand. So duplicate that. And we'll throw you, let's bring you down to earth. Get you turned this way. And do I want to put, yeah, let's put you there because we may go straight in with another house. So let's put you here. And then let's go File, Import our instructions on what to build for the smokehouse. So we'll go Edit, Cut, Paste. And now we'll get you in place. About there. About there. Alright, I'll go up a little bit taller. Right about there. Alright, so there's our sign instructions. Now I need, back up here, we need warning stripes next. So duplicate that. So we'll get this guy in place. Ooh, I don't know if that's going to work there. We may have to move this to the end. Alright, let's move these to the end. And then I can make it a little bit wider if I have to. I can widen up this driveway a little bit if I have to. Actually, no, let's do this. Let me take that back. Let's turn it. Let's just go this way. Let's go to 90. And we'll bring you there. Then we'll take you. Let's turn you this way. And we'll get you back in place. That works. Now we'll take our warning stripes and we'll spin them back around this way. I need enough room for the triggers. And I didn't want to squeeze them in on that little skinny driveway. Alright, so Now I need, we need exact fill route. We'll get you in place. Trigger to drop off our goods. And I'm going to end up, once we start testing this map, I'm going to have a lot of these triggers to be adjusted because we're not even testing any of these triggers yet. Then I need a pallet trigger. So I'm going to spend probably days adjusting all these triggers to make sure they work when we drop our goods off. Alright, pallet trigger about there. Player trigger. Where are you? Player trigger. And then we'll go edit, cut, paste, and we'll get our player trigger in place so you know what to drop off. Alright, so that should be all of the map. Nope, we got to paint the farmland in. See, that should be all of our map work, but no, not quite. Let's get this painted. And I'm going to do the same as what I normally do. I'm going to overpaint it and then clean it up when we make the farmlands work next to it. Alright, farmland XML. Next on the, oh, look at that. Wow. What are the odds of the smokehouse being the exact same farmland as the other map? That is like scary. I did not plan that. Wow, that's spooky. I gotta go out and play the lottery tonight. Well, that just freaked me out. Alright, bits 1, 3, and 4, and it's going to be number 26. So we want farmland bits 1, 3, and 4, yep, and it's number 26. Alright, so let's get you painted in, just roughed in. It doesn't have to be exact. Until we butt the next farmland up to it, then we can clean it up and make it pretty. Yeah, I'm gonna have to sneak out at some point today before whatever drawing is tonight or tomorrow night. And we're gonna have to buy some $2 worth of tickets. Alright, so that is farmland number 26. So this factory is number 26. I don't even have to change the farm island. That is like spooky scary. 1018, good afternoon, Dixieland. Weird things happen in the map save. Who knew what's gonna happen next? Howdy. Alright. So that is the smokehouse. That is the farmland for the smokehouse. Visibility nodes are done. Invisibility nodes are done. I'm going to do a quick save. I'm not going to be able to minimize this until... Actually, I can do this. Let's go... We're going to need our 110. Let's open up... Where did I grab this from? I grabbed this from the Islands map. So let's go to Ritchie Islands. Let's open up the 110 from there. Let's find the smokehouse. let's grab everything from here, copy it over to Ritchie Valley, and then we have to change islands to valley. Actually, I like doing the whole name. I'm going to change Ritchie Islands to Ritchie _ Valley. Okay. So now we have to change our inputs because we're changing up our what we're using to build this factory with. So concrete was, I'm just going to go by what's on the same order as my list. Lumber, steel, and then paint, and then we're going to go glass, and then we're going to go door. And actually, since we're using glass to make doors and windows, we're putting doors and windows in there. I'm going to change it. I'm not going to use glass. I'm going to swap out glass. Oh crap! I'm going to have to go back and change my sign, but that's all right. Let's go water pipe. I don't want to make you use glass here if I'm making you put glass in doors and windows. So we're going to change glass to water pipe. And I'm going to have to go back and change the sign. Alright, so water pipe, and then door. And then after door I need 3 more. So let's grab 3 more. So that will be 18, 19, and 20. So let's go door, window, insulation, and roofing. Yeah, this is going to be an expensive factory to build, but it's late game. Alright, so we're going to add concrete, lumber, steel, paint, wallpaper, door, window, insulation, roofing. Make sure to mess up any of my numbers, 15, 16, or through 20. Alright, so let's go back and fix our sign before I forget. Signs. Oh, you're the islands map. Let's go back here to build the smokehouse. Let me find it. And we're going to change glass to water pipe. And we'll just save that. Alright. So that'll fix our build. Alright, so now we have the 110 is done. Everything's changed to Ritchie Valley. So I'm going to close this one because we don't need it anymore. So now we need, let me minimize the map a minute. Ritchie Islands, Placeables, Global Company. Ritchie Valley, Placeables, Global Company. Alright, we need to steal the smokehouse. We're going to copy that into here. You can stay. Alright, so we're going to change all of Ritchie Islands to Ritchie Valley. Now we're going to come back up top. None of our inputs have changed. None of our triggers have changed. We didn't change anything there, but we started changing our inputs to build the factory with. So I'm going to just go by my list. And you first one up was concrete. But we're going to go with 200,000 liters. Going to make you work for it. Second on the list was lumber. And again, everything goes to 2. Third on my list, steel. And then we have paint. After paint, we have water pipe. After water pipe, we have door. Alright, now let's copy this guy. Oh, I forgot to change this one to 200,000. Forgot to change it. You become number 18. You become window. You become window. You become number 19. And you are insulation. Insulation. And then last one, number 20. Is, did I put, yeah, it was roofing. Is roofing. Alright, so there's all of our inputs. Just make sure I don't have to change any like I3d mapping or anything. Let's take you from a 10-minute delay to a 2-minute delay because I've been changing all of them as I go. So I think we're good up to here. Now our project. The visibility node is number 0. Oh, where's my project? Output. Where's my output project? Right here. Visibility node is 0. Invisibility node is now number 6. So you have to go to 6. Now we have to check our, so I don't have to change any of the palettes. The pathing to my palettes are all the same, so that I don't have to change. I want to check our visibility nodes in the warehouse. I don't think they changed, but I want to double check them anyway. So you are onion rings, and you are number 3 and 3. Yep, so none of those are going to change. So I don't have to touch those. Trash nodes are good. Sewage node is good. Alright, so we're going to Let's go to, yeah, no, 3,500 liters an hour to build the factory with. Now these don't have to be in any special order, so um, lumber, steel, lumber, steel, lumber, concrete, lumber, steel, concrete, paint, water pipe, water pipe, door. And we have to add 3 more in. So we have window, we have insulation, and we have roofing. So you're going to build our factory, but I forgot to change project 200,000 liters instead of 100,000 liters. So that's our project. Nothing changes there. We didn't put our smoke or our fire particles back in this map, so we have to put our smoke and our fire particles back. So we're going to have to put them back, and we have to make sure our spray particles are still in. So unfortunately, we are still going to have to do that. So let's check our spray particles and see if they're still in the warehouse. That'll be 2 I won't have to do if they're here. If not, we'll have to put them back in. So warehouse, are you there? You are there. So we don't have to touch those. So we have our water spray particles. We need our fire and our smoke. Ooh, they're going to have to go in. They're going to have to go into the visibility node. Yes, they are. I need an empty transform group. Let me come down here. Let me steal a transform group. So let's come back up here. Let me think. Do I need these in? Yes, because if I don't put them in the visibility node, you'll see them before the factory's built. Yeah, unfortunately. Edit, cut, visibility, edit, paste. And we're going to call you PS for particle systems. So now we go File, Import, Ritchie Valley, Particle Systems, Global Company. I can never remember if it's Fire or Fire 1. I think it's Fire. Then we go Edit, Cut, Paste. If it's not, then we can change them out. Alright, so you're going to go in here. Yeah, I don't think you're the right fire particle. Yeah, I don't think you're the right fire particle. Well, maybe. Let me just flip it this way and see if it works. Minus 180. We'll get you just touching the pot, but you gotta we're gonna make you cover this pot. Since it's a smokehouse, we got a big old fire working over here. Alright, so let's put you about there. So there's gonna be our fire. and we just have to name you fire. Alright, and then we need file import smoke. And we go edit, cut, and paste. Now you go there, and again, since you're the big fire pit in the middle, let's make sure we got a lot of smoke coming out of here to go with the fire. Alright, so how many smoke particles did we have in this factory? So we have 4 sprays are in, the 1 fire is in, so that's smoke 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. So we need 5 more. If not, I can just readjust those numbers. So you are smoke. You are smoke 2. You have no stream. I am, nope, my stream should be 5. My stream should be fine. It's not interrupted. I'm 55 minutes in. Hello, is there any on? I would probably refresh your browser or turn Twitch off and back on. Let me know if anybody else cannot see the stream. I'm seeing it on my phone, so I've not lost it on my phone. I usually lose it on my phone first. Rob. So, double check. But I'm waiting to see in chat if anybody else has lost stream or not. Alright, so I'm going to go file import. I'm going to import another smoke. I'm going to go edit, cut, and paste. Put you up here. Now I can call you smoke 3. Hello, Old Man 102. Hello, Rob VTV. Let me know if you have your stream back. Or, because my Wi-Fi has been acting like really strange today. Alright, so we'll have some smoke coming out of that chimney. Yeah. So now I can duplicate that one. We can call it smoke 4. And we'll throw it over here in this chimney. And then we'll go duplicate you again. Call you smoke 5. We'll pull you over here. I'm not seeing anybody in chat, but I am seeing my stream. So if anybody's out there, let me know if you guys still see my stream or if I have lost my stream. But again, everything looks good on my end. Yeah, everything looks good on my end. Alright, so that is 4. So I'll throw 1 over here. We'll call it smoke 6. I may have to, if I don't see anybody in chat, I'm going to end my stream and come back in. I'm going to reset my phone. I'm going to reset Streamlabs, and I'll see if that fixes it. Okay, I'm here. Okay, Rob, thank you. Okay, so that is smoke 6. How many do we need? We just need 1 more. We just need 1 more. So you're smoke 6. So let's throw 1 Where do we want one more? Let's throw one over here. So throw number 7 over here. Duplicate that. And we'll call you number 7. So we'll take you down. Oh, you're gonna give me a hard time, aren't you? Want a twist in you, so that's all right. Make you smaller. Oh, it's not gonna let me twist it. I'm just gonna leave you odd shape like that then. Alright, so that should be all of our smoke particles. So we just have to fix the rest of our I3d mapping and make sure everything is good. So visibility nodes were good. We have this fixed. Smoke 2 and 3 can stay there. Smoke 4 and 5 can stay there. Smoke 6 can stay there. And then 7 fire and sprays can stay there. I'm going to take the player trigger, but I want to move it up to here instead. And then I can come back down here, and I can delete it from here. So particle systems, global company smoke, so that pathing is correct. Now let's double check. I didn't change any of our triggers, but I want to double check some of our pathing. So I didn't change any of our in, so that should all be good. It's going to be 100. Yes, so none of those have changed. So nothing from number 1 is changed. Our camera is now number 4. Our player trigger is now number 5. Number 2 should not have changed. So out, that is still 2 and 1, so that has not changed. Start and end to spawn our pallets out, I think, have changed. 3, 2, 0, 0. Nope, they haven't changed, so those are good. All of our smoke and stuff, most of that has changed. So let's start with the spray particles since we're right here. I put them in the wrong... Crap, they're all in the wrong visibility node. Damn it. I gotta move every one of these and put them back into place. They have to go up here. And it's gonna move every freaking one of them. Sorry guys, I gotta put all the fire and smoke back into place because it's in the wrong visibility group. Alright, so that's that one. And then smoke 2, it's gonna move them one at a time. Edit, cut, and paste. And we'll get you back in place. And then grab 3. Yeah, they're all gonna move. That's all. Get these back in place. We didn't have some if it was too easy to build, then it wouldn't be any fun. Alright, so let's grab number 4. And we'll throw you over here. Then we'll go to number 5. Throw you over here. And then, where was it? Number 6 was back here. So we'll get this one back in place. So let's go edit, cut, paste. And we'll get, can I twist you or are you going to give me a hard time? No, I can twist it here, but I couldn't twist the other one. That's weird. Alright, so that's the one more, and we're almost ready to test this factory. Let's come back over here, let's grab number 7, and let's go put you back into here. Can I twist? Yeah, I can. That was weird. It would let me twist it in this visibility group. It wouldn't let me twist it in the other visibility group. Yeah, I've got some weird stuff going on with the editor these last couple of days. All right, let's get our I3d mapping done. So fire is number 0, 109, 0, 109, 0 and 0, right? 0, 109, 0 and 0. Okay, so that's our fire. Smoke 2, 0, 109, 1 and 0. So 0, 109, 1 and 0. So you should be 0, 109, 2 and 0. So 0, 109, 2 and 0, 3 and 0, 4, 5, and 6. So there are our smoke particles and our fire fixed. Spray particles are 3, 7, oh, wrong one, 370, 1, 2, and 3. So those haven't changed. Alright, exact fill route. These are going to be to build our factory with, correct? So number 6, I just want to scroll up to the top a second. Number 6, yep, is goods 2. That one's going to build our factory. So number 6 is in my invisibility node. We're going to have to renumber these. So you now become number 6. And you are number 6 and 46. So you become number 6 and 46. You have to go to number 6. You become 6 and 47. Our player trigger 2 should be 6 and 48. Alright, so that should, now our trash pallets haven't changed, so I shouldn't have to renumber those. So, yep, so that should be, this should be all of our XML work done. Nope, let me do one other thing so I don't have to deliver everything by hand to the factory just for testing. Let me come up to our first one, which is concrete. I want to grab, let's grab Give me one that I can buy my stuff at. Fish processing. Yes, I'm going to grab these commands. I'm going to take these out before the map's released. But I want to be able to test this. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Alright. And like I said, I'll take those out before the map's released, but this is just for testing. Alright, so I think let's just go through this one more time to be sure. Alright, so visibility node is done. In is done. Out is done. Warehouse is good. Camera's good. Player trigger's good. Invisibility node is good. We painted our farmland. It's in number 26, so nothing there changes. Let's save this. And then once this saves, this is where I get paranoid now, because every time I mess with smoke particles now, it's what's causing the islands map to crash in the editor. Every time I play with smoke particles now, it's going to freak me out. And I'm going to be paranoid that the map's not going to work. So I'm going to close this and reopen it just to make sure it doesn't crash. Alright, so let's close this. Let's go back to Ritchie Valley and make sure it opens up without crashing. Because I really don't want to redo everything that I just did this morning on this map, just because I put smoke particles in. No whammies, no whammies, no whammies, don't crash. No whammies, oh thank God. Alright, 16x script, let's throw that back on. Alright, let's go in and let's see if I messed anything up with the smokehouse, and let's see if it builds. Let's see if we get any Lua errors. So save game 8 is trash, we've got to delete that. Start a new save game. And let's see if the smokehouse builds. I am literally going to hold my breath every time I have to open up the map I3d now. Every time I open up the map I3d after I play around with the smoke particle, now that I know the smoke particles is what's crashing the editor on the islands map. And this map's built on the same base as the islands map, and all the same files, which scares the heck out of me. Alright, so that's a good sign. Our houses are not down there. So that's the first good sign. So let's grab some speed, or some cash. And then we'll grab some speed. So no houses here is a good sign, means all of my visibility nodes are in the correct transform group, and my I3d mapping is working. Before we build it, let's see if I have any errors in the log. Alright, so any obvious Lua errors with the smokehouse? Perfect. No obvious Lua errors with the smokehouse. That's the second good sign. Let's grab a truck. Let's grab a truck. And let's go visit the smokehouse before we build it, just to make sure we have no weirdness going on. And then we'll come back and make sure it builds fine. Yeah, it's been one of those crazy Wi-Fi works, Wi-Fi doesn't work kind of days with the kiddos in spring break. This weekend and next week's going to be really bad with the Wi-Fi. But this should be the last major global company factory that we have to build into the map. Everything else will be place your own. We still have all the roll doors to put on all the warehouses, but that's going to be a project for when all the warehouses are in the map. Okay, so we have just the warehouse and our construction barrier, which is the only two things that are supposed to be here. So let's get you parked here so we can tab back to you. Let's get the smokehouse property bought. So how much is the smokehouse going to cost you? 213,000. That's not bad. Then you're going to have to build it. So let's head back up to Express Staffing, and let's get this built. I want to put a vehicle here so we can watch it from a vehicle. So I'm just going to grab my store delivery mod, and I'm just going to grab another truck. And we're just going to spin it around, because I like watching it from the truck because I can zoom my camera out and I can see better. Alright, so let's come over here. Let's get everything we need in this factory. Testing triggers is a project for another day. That's after every single factory's in the map. We'll spend an entire day just testing triggers. Actually driving stuff to the trigger and putting it in. Alright, so our project went active. It did. So that means our factory is starting to build. So let's go 2,000 speed. And we'll bounce back and forth between this truck and this truck. And remember, we're on 2,000 speed, so it's going to build fairly quick. So while the factory's building up down here, our construction barrier's going away. So that's working good. Let's tab back. Oh, I have tab to trains on. I gotta turn tab to trains off. So let's come back up here. And this should start building up here real soon. Our construction barriers are still going away. How much is our... We're at 55%, so it's going to take 2 game days, or 2.5 game days for this factory to build. There we go. Now our houses are going to spawn in. Our fencing should spawn in. And our trees should spawn in. So this factory should be about done. I'm just going to roll till the morning. Till it's back on daylight. Alright, so about 2.5 or 3 in-game game days for this to build. Okay, so I have no more trigger up here, which means we should be 100% built. So where is our player trigger? Alright, so our project is disabled. It is 100%. Well, 99%. It's missed 1 liter, but it won't hurt anything. So onion rings, so veggie oil, sea salt, onions, firewood, water, diesel, and herbs and spices to make our onion rings. A little bit of sewage, a little bit of trash. So onion rings, french fries, smoked salmon, Peking duck. We have no barns, no white barns, which means this factory, if I have no other errors in the log, we can call the smokehouse done. Yes, we got our fire, we got our smoke. We will eventually put doors on all the warehouses, but that's a project for another day. I'm thinking smokehouse is done. So I want to drive through with the truck and make sure I don't see anything weird or anything floating. And then we'll give this a real test once the map is finished. Alright, I'm calling the smokehouse done. And we're going to check the log one more time. Make sure no weird errors popped in there. Yeah, I didn't have a lot on my to-do list today. So we're going to be winging it here for a while, I think. Because I've got nothing else imported into the map to even build with. Yeah, absolutely no Lua errors with the smokehouse. So I'm calling the smokehouse completely done for now. So I closed paint.net. I don't think I'm going to be making any more signs today, but we can always reopen it. Alright, so smokehouse, we're going to call good. Now, I did want to mess around with... I want to get this stupid hot air balloon taken care of, because I'm tired of it being down here in the middle of nowhere, and we're going to move it and we're going to rebuild it. So let's monkey around with the hot air balloon for a couple minutes. And I think I want to put it right here, believe it or not, in this little area between the 2 roads where it's going to be odd to put anything in this spot. So before we go any further, I am going to go into Let's go into mods. Let's go into Richie Homestead. And if this map crashes, you're going to hear me crying like a little baby. I haven't touched this map since it was released, or since the last update was released. Alright, so I know I have something down here by the beach I want to pull out of this map. I have a whole little like hot air balloon area set up already. And I want to just grab it. So this should all be like one transform group. It is. Yep, so I'm going to grab this. We can change the fencing once we get it in the other map. But it gives me the parking spot, it gives me the building, it gives me some fencing to work with, and it gives me the... So let's go File, Export, Ritchie Valley, New Buildings. We're just going to call it Balloon. And we can close this map. Minimize that. Let me come back into Valley, back into New Buildings, and we go to Balloon, and we see what textures I have to fix. Only 3. So New Buildings textures. Oh, they're already done, so I don't even have to. These are already in the textures file, so I don't even have to mess with this. Alright, so that should be good. So I should be able to take New Buildings. You only have 3 in you, yep. So I can delete that folder. So we open up the balloon, there shouldn't be any texture errors. The other maps are too big for my single player. Well, yeah, the new map I'm building is 16x. So 16x is a little tough for single player, but I actually enjoy playing on a 16x map. Every once in a while at night, if I'm bored, I'll play on the Homestead map. But that's about the only map I've been playing on recently. So let's go File, Import. We're going to import the balloon. It's going to go into a different transform group. We're going to go to Places. Oh, and of course it's not going to go to where I want it to go, so we'll just leave it at 0, 0, and 0. Now we're going to have to move everything one by one, which is going to suck, which is what I didn't want to do to begin with, so I'm just going to delete all of these fence sections, because we're going to have to put them back one at a time. So just get them out of my way. So you can get deleted. Alright, so let's start putting these in one at a time. Car dealership. You are going to be the office for the hot air balloons and the hot air balloon ride. So let's bring you down. And this is your front, yeah, that's your front end. So let's get you squared up to this road. That will work. So now we grab our front parking. I know what we forgot to do. We forgot to put parked cars in the smokehouse. So we're going to have to go back and put parked cars in the smokehouse. I always forget something. So we'll go back there in a minute. Alright, so let's put you there. Let's take this guy though. Nope, this guy. We're going to make him a little bit bigger. We're going to stretch him out a little bit. So like 1.6. Let's make him a little bit wider and a little bit taller. Alright, so that's going to be our hot air balloon. That'll work. This is going to be a nice little easy thing to build. So I'm actually going to take up this whole spot here. And the only thing in this little weird area between these two roads is going to be where the hot air balloon comes down, lands, and then takes off. So this is actually going to be fairly easy to build, but I have to underpaint my roads with, if they're not already done. This side has to get done. I just got to underpaint this with gravel before I forget. The best map for me is Homestead. Yeah, it is a really cool map. So let's go back to square. Let's go back to gravel. And let's get this underpainted to make it easier. And I know that this section will be done. House will be quiet for a couple minutes. My sister took her granddaughter to Walmart to try and run her around and wear her out a little bit. That girl doesn't stop talking from the time she wakes up till the time she goes to sleep. I don't think her mouth ever stops. And her parents never taught her an inside voice, or the difference between what an inside voice and an outside voice should be. Alright, so we are going to have... Alright, so we're going to need a concrete pad for our parking spot. So let's go back to concrete. Let's go back to... Oh, we're on square. So let's grab our concrete pad for the parking lot. And then let's make, here, we'll do it on both sides. We'll go, so allow you to walk around this side of the building. Here, we'll go out a little bit further. Something like that. And then the same thing, we'll be able to walk back on this side of the building. And then we'll need a concrete pad back here for the hot air balloon to land on and take off. So something about like this. Alright, so that works. Now, I don't think I'm going to fence this whole area, and I'm going to leave it grass, so if you want to put placeables down, you can put placeables down. But let's fence in at least the area where the balloon's going to come in and take off. So how do I want to go? Let's go... Yep, let's go about even, let's go about there. So we'll come out like 2 or 3. Let me just make sure. Let's just make sure we are not floating. We were a little bit. Alright, so let's go. Come out 2. Want room for the balloon to come in. No, we'll go out 3 on both sides. and it will take you around the building. So spin you that way. And we'll get our fence in. Then we can delete the other hot air balloon, and then we'll get the splines in. We'll get this balloon up and running. We're going to have to put in a new spline because the old spline won't work. Yeah, let me go one more and then we'll turn. So come out here, yep, we'll go down this way to 90. I play Ritchieville the updated Ritchieville, the new version. I play that one every once in a while, but by the time we have dinner, get the kitchen cleaned up, it's usually about 7 p.m. And by 7 p.m., I am completely brain dead. I can't sit in the desk chair any longer. And at that point, I just shut the computer off. I'll lay in bed from 7 to 9, watch TV, and I'm literally lights out at 9 p.m. Alright, so we wanted to go... So we want to go out so I can do like 3 past concrete. So we'll go 3 more and it will turn down. And that should give me enough room to put the hot air balloon spline in. If not, we can add some more fencing in. So let's turn you down. Oh, that way. We'll come back down on this side. We'll get all the splines and stuff in and get this working before I do grass and stuff, because I want to make sure I have enough room for the splines. Now, do I go in there or do I go one more? I think one more, and then we turn. Trying to keep an eye on chat, make sure I don't lose my stream. The way the Wi-Fi has been acting today. Actually, on this side I can get one more. That works. Alright, before we go any further, let's do another quick save. And then when we're done with the spline, we have to remember to put parked cars here and parked cars at the smokehouse. Alright, so let's go down. We're not going to delete the balloon spline because we're going to move it. But I want to go down and delete all the old components and buildings and stuff from where the old balloon spline was. So this whole old balloon, are you in? No, okay, so I can just delete that, so that's no problem. Now we take our, I think it's under ships, it is. So we have our balloon, we have our spline, and we have the balloon itself. Alright, so we're going to take the spline, and we are actually going to delete the spline. We're going to come up here, that spline we couldn't redo anyway, so we're going to have to, we couldn't reuse, so it's going to be a complete redo. So we go create a spline, and we're going to take that new spline, and we're going to go edit, cut, we're going to put it in the balloon, but it has to get moved up in the transform group. So you go here, but you go this way. So here's where our balloon's going to come down, land, and take back off. And it doesn't matter if I pull the start to the end or the end to the start. So let's grab, it doesn't matter. So let's grab our start point, pull it forward a little bit, put another point in, and we're going to have to start coming up off the ground slowly. So let's go up a little bit, and up a little bit. And the hotter balloon splines, I absolutely hate putting these things in. It's hard to get them exactly where I want them. It's hard to tell what height you're in. Got to get them up high enough from the road, but make sure they're not too high. So let's go a little bit more, and then a little bit higher. And then we'll go a little bit further, a little bit higher. How high off the ground are you? You're still not going to be high enough in the air, are you? No. So let's just keep going. Let's get you up a little bit higher. So a little bit more forward, a little bit higher in the air. Then once I get over these buildings, I'll know if I'm going to be up high enough. Alright, so I'm thinking that this is going to be high enough for above the islands, or above the mountains. And when we're in the valley, it's going to be really, really high. So I don't think I want to take it up any taller. So I think this is as high as I want to go. So now we just got to circle the map. So now I just got to figure out where I want to take it. So let's go out to the river. Maybe not that far. Let's bring you back a little bit. Did I put a point in? I did put a point in. Oh, let's start curving you this way. Yeah, that'll work. So let's start curving you this way, and then we'll keep you above the valley for now. So let's start bringing you back this way. I'll bring you this way, and we'll circle you through the valley. And then we'll take you, yeah, we'll go back a little bit further and then over, take you around this way. And we're going to have to probably adjust this a couple times once we get in game. So now let's take you, start bringing you over this way. Yeah, let's bring you over this way. And let's take you above the mountain section of the map now. But not too far back. I don't want to be off the map. It's bringing that back a little bit closer to home. Alright, now let's go back this way. So we can go above the mountain part of the map now. And then we'll loop back around and touch back down to ground. And if we don't like it, we can always change it. I have a delete button, and my delete button works. So let's take you down this way. And then we'll take you, yeah, we'll take you around and we'll curve you and we'll bring you back home. So let's go a little bit further and we can start bringing you back this way. Now how far, okay, so right before the road, right before this road and bridge, yeah, right before the road and bridge, we have to start curving back in. All right. How high off the ground are you? You're going to be too low. Crap. It's maybe too low. Yeah, I think you're going to be too low. I'm going to have to raise this whole... Crap, you're going to be too low. Alright, we're going to have to redo these. Let me delete all these points. We're going to have to raise this up higher. Actually, we don't have to delete all of them. Hold on. Let me delete back to the valley, so I'm not above the mountain. And we're going to raise it up a little bit when we go from valley to mountain. Alright, so this still puts us above. Yeah, so here's what I want to do. Let's bring you back. Yeah, let's bring you back one more point to there. Now let's take you up a little bit higher. And we're going to take you up even a little bit higher. This way we'll be, because we were too low once we came back above the mountain. So let me put one more point in. Let me go back down to earth and see how tall we are. I think that's going to be good, but I'm going to take it up just a little bit more. And then we can start going this way. Yeah, I want to make another circle. So let's come... Crap. No. I know what I want to do. I know what I'm going to do. It's going to make more sense. Let me come back to this point here. Perfect. So we're tall enough for the valley in this section. So I'm going to come here. We are tall enough for the valley, so I'm going to circle the valley. So let's come up and over. And we'll circle the valley at this height, at the lower height. So we'll come out a little bit further. Where's my other spline? Okay, it's over there. So we'll come out a little bit further, and we'll circle the valley here. This is why I've been putting this off, because this thing's a pain to put in. In my opinion, Homestead is a perfect size for most solo players. Yeah, with the placeables, you don't have to use the whole map exactly. Set up your farm. So now we're going to start going above the mountain. We can start coming back up. So we can come over. Let's start bringing you back up a little bit more. So you're above the mountain far enough. No, up a little bit more yet. So let's bring you up one more. And then we can start curving you back around. This is better. Am I off the edge of the map? No, we're just about where I want it. So now we bring you across. No, let's go out a little bit further. So let me delete that point. Come out a little bit more. And then we'll start coming down this way. Perfect. Alright, now I should be able to come out a little bit further and then curve back. Yep. So let's start coming back this way. And now, yep, now we go back up to just the side of the road. And we curve our way back in. So we put in another point there. I'm going to try and get this close to where we start going back this way. When we start going back this way, we cross the other line and we start descending. So I'm going to come over to here. There we go. Now, how far to the left? Am I too far to the left? Nope. We're going to bring, so let's bring you over a little bit more. So you're closer to lining up. Let me put one more point in there, and then we start descending you a little bit at a time. So we got to start bringing you back down. And then here's where it becomes a pain in the neck to get lined up perfectly. Closer. are we going to be? We're still way off. Alright, so we're going to bring you over that way. I'm going to bring you over this way. We're going to bring you down a little bit more. We're going to bring you in. Yeah, that's a little bit closer to where. Bring you down a little bit more. Now, how far? Where am I at? We're not going to know until we get a little bit closer. How tall am I? I think we're coming in at the right angle. I just don't know if we're coming in straight. Let's bring you down. Bring you down a little bit more. Come in. Now, how close are we lined up? Too far to the left now, so let's bring you over a little bit more. And then over a little bit more. And then bring you down a hair. And then bring you in and down. And we are, now I'm too far in, so let's bring you out a little bit more. So in and down. It's so hard to tell to get it lined up perfectly. We'll see how far off we are when we touch the ground. We may have to take a couple points out and put them back in. So let's bring you down. And bring you down. Now if I come in here and I go page down, it's going to put me all the way on the ground. So let's bring you up a little bit more and we'll go forward. And then I'll go page down and it's going to put me on the ground. So I'll bring you up a little bit more. And we'll go forward. Now it's going to put me right back on the ground there. And I'm not lined up very square. So let's bring you over and in. And let's bring you over and in. And we're going to bring you up. I'm going to go page down. It's going to put me back on the ground. And then this should close our points. Go down on my speed. So this should close our points. Now, we may have to adjust these a little bit. So I'm going to go one more point there. I'm going to get them lined back up. And I'm going to close my loop. Control and O. I don't know how. Looks like they're overlapping. Crap. Let me go Control and O. I want to undo that. I'm going to bring this back a little bit. I'm going to go page up. I'm going to pull it up and I'm going to go page down. It's going to put it on the ground. Now I'm going to go arrow over to my end. I think I'm on my end. Am I on my end? Am I on the E? I am. So I'm going to pull you back a little bit. I'm going to pull you up. I'm going to go page down. It's going to put it on the ground. It's so hard to see. Let me take my speed all the way down to like 1 so I can zoom in really slow. let me delete one. Yeah, let me delete one. So let's bring you up. Let's go page down. It's going to put you on the ground. Then I can pull you forward. Page up. It's going to put you on the ground. I'll put you, see, too far. I hate balloon splines. Alright, so let's undo that one. Let's take you back out. We take one more point out. So let's bring you up so you're off the ground. Why do you look like you're not touching? Why do you look like you're going under the ground and then coming back up? Maybe just an optical illusion in the editor, I don't know. So if I arrow over, put you on the start. If I arrow back over, put you on the end. I'm going to delete one more point. There we go, that looks better. I'm going to go page down. Oh. Alright, so I'm going to pull you down and in. Pull you down. Nope, now you're in the ground. I'm going to go page down. It's going to put you on the ground. I'm going to pull you forward. Now I'm going to pull you forward, but I'm going to take you back up. I have a feeling this spline is going to end up being deleted and redone. So page back down. It's going to put you on the ground, but it puts you under the ground. Why are you going under the ground? Delete. 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 Alright, so it puts us there. So you're going to come in a little bit. Why do you look like you're not? I don't like that little invisible section between my line and my point. It shouldn't be invisible. I'm going to delete one more point. Where does that put us? It puts us with an invisible section. This is driving me nuts. Let's bring you down. Let's bring you down. Let's bring you down. Let's bring you down, but I want to go, this is where it gets hairy. I need you all the way to the ground, but I want to take you back up. Let's put another point in. And then here's where my line goes crazy. I don't know if this is going to work. I may end up deleting this entire spline and putting it back in. And if I do, it's going to be one of those off-camera deals because it's just going to piss me off. So let's get you close. Let's close the loop. Let's go in game and see how bad this looks. And this hot air balloon may not come, it may not come down, touch down, and then take back off. I may just leave it up in the air. But let's do a quick save. And let's go in game and see what it looks like. And if I don't like the spline, I'm not going to mess with it. I'm just going to delete it. We're going to make it run around the map without touching the ground. Which I think that's what we're going to end up doing. Which will open up this spot here for placeables. If I don't like it when we're in game. I'm going to leave the spline visible for now. We can always make it invisible if we like it. Alright, back in game for a couple minutes. So Save game 8, new save game. So if I make the balloon not touch the ground, there's something I want to try. Now I'm going to have to be really quick about this. I'm going to have to spawn in and then run over to where the balloon is really quick, or we're not going to see it take off. I can't get my speed up quick enough because I don't have the other mod in where I can just push the whatever key it is. Now if I didn't close my point correctly, we have no balloon at all. Okay, so here comes a balloon. That's my closest, that's the closest one. Let's go to this. Does 2,000 speed make my balloon move any faster? Probably not. It doesn't. Is that balloon even moving? I don't think that balloon's moving. Yeah, there's something wrong with the spline. I don't think the balloon's on the spline. Oh no, is that balloon moving? Yeah, okay, the balloon is moving. But why does it look like it's not even on the balloon spline? It doesn't even look like it's on the spline. And it shouldn't be moving that slow, so I messed something up. And I think I had more than one balloon, so that is definitely not working the way it's supposed to be working, and it's not even on the spline. Alright, let's get out of here. And let's go take 2. And let's check the log for errors and see what I did wrong. So a couple things I want to look at. Let me check the log first and see if I have anything weird going on with any balloon error. Okay, so there's no obvious errors in the log. So we have our spline, we have our balloon, and it doesn't matter where the balloon is, it doesn't need to be on the map. But I can throw it on the spline just to be sure. Nope, it's under the map, so it doesn't matter. Now, what does matter, I think, is my balloon has to be at 0, 0, 0. That's the problem. Let me see if I can freeze the transform without messing my balloon completely up. So you have to be 0. You have to be 0. So where does that put my balloon? Okay, I'm under the map. I gotta find my balloon again. So where is my balloon? Okay, you're gonna be under the map over here. You have to be at 0, 0, 0. Now if I freeze the, hang on, I know what I want to do. I'm going to go File, Export Selection with Files. I'm going to go, we're going to go Balloon. I'm just going to call it Balloon 2 because I already have Balloon being used. I'm going to export it out of the map. Let me go to New Buildings, Balloon 2. Let's open you up. You have to be at 0, 0, 0 perfect. We're going to save you now that you're at 0, 0, 0. And then I'm going to try this. If this doesn't work, then I'm not sure what the problem is. But the balloon was definitely not writing on the spline. And I'm almost positive the balloon has to be at 0, 0, 0. So we're going to delete this one. I'm going to go File, Import, Balloon 2. And I'm going to go Edit, Cut, and Paste. And it has to be under the spline, and it's at 0, 0, 0. So I think that's what I need. We have 3 balloons flying around on one spline. Let's make that, since we're a bigger spline than the other map, let's go 6 balloons, but let's take our speed up to 20. Let's do another save. And if this doesn't work, I'm going to mess around with this balloon another day because these balloon splines are a pain in the butt. And I'll monkey around with it off camera. Because the first balloon, when you spawn into the map for the very first time, the first balloon should be right here where my start and end point is. Alright, let's try this one more time. If not, it's going to become a project for another day. Let's grab a new save game. Now, the only thing that may be throwing me off is the entire transform group is not at 0, 0, 0. And if that's the case, it's going to throw my spline off, and I'm going to have to redo the spline anyway. But let me grab some speed as quickly as I can. And let's try and run over here. Why am I not on? Over here where the balloon spawns in. And I don't think my hot air balloon is on the spline. How many more balloons do I see? There should be like 6 of them. Yeah, there's definitely something wrong with this balloon and balloon spline. Because I don't see any other balloons on the spline. There should be 6 of them flying around. Oh, there's another one over there, I think. Let's head back here a minute. No, over here. To the boathouse. There's a balloon flying around on the spline back here. No, you're not even anywhere near the damn spline. And I'm stuck in this freaking fence. Last thing I want to do is be running around the map looking for balloons. Yeah, you're nowhere near the spline. So I've got something messed up with the balloon spline. Yeah, you're flying around the middle of nowhere. Nowhere near my spline. Yeah, I got something messed up with these balloons. And I don't have the patience for this crap today. So, is it because the main transform group is not at 0, 0, 0? It's because the main transform group is not at 0, 0, 0. Are you kidding me? Now, if I move you to 0, that's going to make all of my buildings move. That's going to make my spline move. So where does that put my spline? Alright, so let's bring, so if I move my main transform group back to 0, 0, 0, because that's where my user attributes are. Let's try and take our spline and bring our spline back. My spline doesn't have to be at 0, 0, 0. I think the main transform group has to be at 0, 0, 0. Now if this doesn't work, then it's a project for another day because I don't have the patience for this crap today. I think you have to be at all zeros. Let's save this, and this is the last test. If not, it's going to become a project for another day. Alright. One last time. If not, it becomes a project for another day. Save game 8. So F11, come on, F11, 8 on. Try and run over here as fast as I can. There we go. That's what was wrong. I was not at 0, 0, 0. Now, I'm going to have to wait for the second balloon to come in because I can't run my ass over here fast enough. And the second balloon ain't nowhere near ready to land. So let's go. I don't know if 2,000 speed makes these things move any faster or not, but let's hit 2,000 speed up for a little bit. because I really want to see another balloon come in, land, and take off. So I should have 6 balloons on the spline. And I only see 1. Go down just to 1 speed a second. Yeah, I don't see. Oh, maybe we do. Hold on. Let's run down here. Yeah, okay, so I think we do. Maybe we do have 6 balloons on this spline. But it's going to take it forever to circle back around. So I'm not going to be testing this balloon today. As long as it works. Even at 2,000 speed, it's going to take it forever to circle back around, because I don't think 2,000 speed makes the balloon go any quicker. Let's give it a shot. Yeah, see, 2,000 speed, I don't think makes the balloon go much quicker. Let's head back to Central Station. We will run across the street. Oh, this direction. We've got nothing better to do to sit here for 6 days and watch time go by. Yeah, I don't think 2,000 speed's making our balloon come back any quicker. I don't even think it's moving. What I could do is move my spawn point right to where the balloon lands. And then when I spawn into the game the first time, we'll be right at the hot air balloon. We're going to have to go that route. Let's quit you a minute. Winston, increasing speed won't make the balloon go any faster. I didn't think so. But I'm going to move my spawn point so I spawn into the game right where the damn balloon is. So let's try that. So let's come, because I can't see it touching down and taking off. And that's what I really want to test, is I want to see this damn balloon come in and take off. So let me grab my career start point. Let's throw you here. And let's save it again. I can always put it back later. I hate hot air balloon splines. Especially trying to make them come down, touch down, and take back off again. Alright, let's try that. Let's see if I can spawn in right near the balloon so we can see it when we first spawn in. If not, I'll do some testing off camera. Alright. So I know it's going to take off a little weird because it follows the angle of the... So I can't make it go straight because it follows the angle of the spline. But I don't know if I can live with that. I mean, it's up high enough, but I don't know if I like it coming in, touching down, and taking off. I may get rid of this whole hot air balloon. And I may make it just fly around in the air without coming in, touching down, and taking off. So I'm going to leave this area unfinished today. I'm not going to mess around with this balloon anymore today. I'm going to do some testing off camera. Now, if I don't like it coming in, touching off, touching down and taking off, I'm going to delete the entire spline and just make it fly around the air. And we're going to get rid of this building on the ground. Alright, I'm going to leave this for now. And I'll mess about with that another day after I do some off-camera testing. So that's going to become a project for another day. So I'm going to leave this whole area up here for now. Now let's come down here. Let's continue working our way around the mountain. Alright, so we finished up with our 2 water fields. So we'll work on this little section here next, and I think we can get... Do I want to do a couple small fields, or do I want to do one long field? Let's get rid of the grass for now, and then I'll make a decision. And so we're gonna have to paint some fields in anyway. So let me just get rid of this. Let me get this crap out of my way. And we'll fix the grass around the field. And I have an idea of what I want to do with the balloon. I think I'm going to get rid of it. I'm almost 90% sure I'm going to get rid of the building and make it just fly around the map without touching down. So I have an idea of something I want to try. And if we do, I'll import some stuff into the map that I want to try with the hot air balloon, and we can work on that tomorrow. So that will be a project for tomorrow. I'm definitely going to take it out of the map where it does not touch down and then take back off. So we will reconvene with the balloon tomorrow. Alright, so do I want a couple small fields, or do I want one big field? I don't know. Let's go to terrain detail. Let's leave some grass. And we'll start about there. Where's my skinny point? Like on this end, and then it goes wider as it goes down. Alright, so let's start on this end. So let's come over this way. I need some mindless work to do today. And I don't want to go too close to the water, so I think we're going to call it there. Yeah, we'll call it here. Leave some grass. Start working our way back down. I'm going to put in one big field. I can always cut it in half. But I think the good news is we are done with all the major global company factories. We still have all of the railroad silos to work on. But I want to work on something here that I don't have to think too hard today. Yeah, I think we're going to go a little bit wider, and we're probably going to cut. Yeah, I'm going to do 2 fields. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do 2 fields. I'm going to cut this one back, I think, a little bit. No, let me call it there. Let's call it here. We're going to do 2 smaller fields. Too far. My field's not like perfectly lined up, and I get that little bit of a gap. It drives me nuts. If I overpainted the hair or just underpainted the hair, that drives me crazy. Nope, too far. Now I'm going to paint past this field and then erase it so I can keep my straight line going down. So if you want to plow these 2 fields together, you'll already have a straight line to work off of. Oh look, we got a little bit of grass left. Alright, now I'll connect this guy in. And then I will take and back off my gap between the fields. And then this way, if you plow these together, you're your straight line's already started for you. Alright, so there's one field. I'll take you down. Yeah, I have something I want to try with the hot air balloon. Well, I guess these fields aren't going to be too small. We'll end up with two medium fields. I don't want to go too close to the bridge. I want room for your combine and stuff to turn around. So we'll go a little bit further. And we'll leave a good bit of grass. We'll give you a bit of grass. We'll give you some room to put animal pens or whatever you want down. So let's head back this way. Now, how far back do I want to go? Where's my skinny end? You're my fat end, or you're my small end. Let's come down here first. I got to come back and remember to erase that grass. Now I want this field to be a little bit closer to the water than the last one, so I'm going to extend it past that field. To about there. And then we'll start working our way back up this way. Or I may say the heck with that until we get these two fields done. And I may mess around with the idea I have with the balloon. We'll see. We have it coming in, touching down, and taking off on a couple maps. I'm going to change things up a little bit. Alright, now let me bring you over. And now we get you squared up. Now we can get you painted in. Yeah, I guess these aren't a couple small fields unless I cut these fields in half again. add some, yeah, let's go back to grass for a second. Let's get rid of you. Alright, so how do I like these two fields? I can live with them. Now, did I take my gravel under the road all the way down to the bridge? I did. Oh look, now we get to paint some grass. Oh, we got to take the gravel to the bridge first. Alright, let's grab... Oh look, I got a small gap in the road there to fix too. So let's go to gravel, and let's take our gravel under the road. Down to the bridge. So that finishes us in that direction. We're good in that direction. Might as well go up, finish it in this direction. Up to the bridge. And I think we're good on this side of the map. Too far. Oh, I guess I can't go any that's as much as it's... That's the least amount I can give it on that side. We're going to probably finish the area where I started the two fields, and then this area here next to the smokehouse, I'm going to just make it, this is going to be a concrete pad to put placeables down. So you're not struggling to look for places to put some placeables down. So that's just going to be a concrete pad. We're going to fence it in, we'll put some trees around it, make it look nice, but it's for the most part going to be a placeable lot. So there's our gravel painted under the road, the sections we're working in. And we can start, let me go down on my speed, we can start painting in some grass. My favorite chore in the world. Yeah, we're going to yank out that building. We're going to yank out the hot air balloon spline. And I want to try something different. Now, do I want to wall these two fields in and make you buy them? Or do I want to give you a couple fields that you can start and earn some cash on and do contracts on? So the question is, do I leave these open or do I wall them in and make it build them? I think I'm going to leave these open so you can do some contracts. And we missed the par. Crap. Alright, let's go back to terrain detail. Paint that in. Oh, wrong one. Paint that in before I forget. Let me back that out. Whatever I painted in under it, I don't want. Alright, now let's get that done. And then we'll go back to grass. So the question is, do I make you build these or do I give you something to earn some cash on? By doing missions and contracts, whatever you want to call them. No trees. No, trees is my favorite. Calderson 93. I don't know. Painting this grass drives me. Painting the grass hurts my arthritis, and by the time I hit dinner time, both of my mouse hand just kills me. So that's why I don't like doing grass. It really just, by the end of the night, my mouse hand is in a lot of pain and starts going numb. So that's why I paint the grass as I go, and I don't wait until the end of the map build to put all my grass in at the same time. I like to finish a section of the map, call it completely done, and then just move on, where I don't have to worry about coming in and painting all the grass in at the very end of the build. So that's the main reason I hate grass so much. So man, I gotta move my career start point back to where it was, because I messed it all up checking out the balloon. That's alright. Let's take you all the way down. Let's work our way back along this edge. I'm trying to fix the audio on some of my doors in my map. Some has audio and some don't. Well, yeah, that sucks. I haven't even started putting my rolling doors in yet on this map. That's a project for another day. I'm definitely not doing any slide gates in this map. So there are going to be a couple rolling doors for my factories that have warehouses. So that's a project that I still have to do. But I want to wait until all my warehouses are in before I put the doors in, because I want to do them all at the same time. Alright, let's just get... I'll come back along the water, because I want to clean up the texture along the water. So let's just do that for now. And let's come back down here. And we'll work our way back along the water. but I still have about 8 railroad silos to build, and I haven't even started putting all my crossing gates in yet because I still don't have all my roads finished. So I got to do crossing gates yet for 3 trains. Alright, so that'll square up this side. Let's work our way back along the field. Oh, we got this side to do. So let's work our way back this way. Along the field first, and we'll come along the road. Alright, so that part's done. Let's come along the road. I just got this little bit of a corner to do. And before I finish the grass, I want to go to, let's go to round. And let's go to grass. And let's push this river bank back to where it belongs. I miss, yeah. So let's just push this back all the way down. So when I painted the riverbank in, it was just really just rough to get it done. So now we just come back and define our edges. Something like that. So let's work our way back along the field, and we'll come back along the water. So back to square. I will try and keep an eye on Facebook this weekend. Papa Smurf is out of town for the weekend, so he'll be out of town for the rest of the week. I think through the weekend. So it's Dixie and I left to keep an eye on Facebook. So we'll do my best to try and... I don't check Facebook when I'm streaming, so I'll try and keep an eye on Facebook between streams and answer any questions. I asked Papa to help, but he is going to his daughter's for the weekend. Yeah. So I had some things was going to have him look at as well, but I think he needs a break from FS19 in the editor as well. I've been really frustrated with the editor the last couple days to the point where I almost turned my computer off yesterday and said the hell with it. But the editor the last couple days have been really, really frustrating with the issues I've been running into. In the last couple days, just like the hot air balloon spline, it's been like 3 or 4 attempts to get one thing to work right. Same thing with the triggers on the warehouse yesterday. I spent like 3 hours off camera getting those damn triggers to work right. So now we can go back to round. And we got our grass in along the river. Work our way back. Yeah, this will be a nice easy section that we can just call done. Put a couple trees in, paint the farmland in, get the field markers in. Another little section done. I'm not putting any farmhouses down here because there's one over by the other bridge. So I'm not going to put another one in here. I will put another one in over on the other side of the canal where the railroad silo is going to be, across from the clay pit. So somewhere back over there, we're going to have another farmhouse. Across from the clay pit where the railroad silo is going to be. So yeah, so tomorrow, as long as the internet will allow me to stream, I'm not going to mess around with that balloon anymore today. I want to import a couple things into the map. I want to try a couple things with I want to experiment a little bit with the balloon. And then if it does what I want it to do, then I'll do it on camera. I'm going to get rid of that whole spline. I'm going to get rid of the building that we put up on the hill. I'm not going to make the balloon come in, land, and take off. I'm going to have it fly. I'm going to have it fly around the air, but I want to try something different. That's project for tomorrow. Because I don't have the patience to deal with it today. I think we're good. I don't think I need to paint it. I don't think I missed anything in our shadows. Alright, so there's our grass done for this field. Or these 2 fields. Yeah, I'm not going to fence these in to make you buy these 2 and build them, because I want to leave a couple fields open where you can earn some cash on. So, early game. These will be early game fields. Let's do a quick save. Same here. I started playing Lego Harry Potter the last 2 days to get a break between working on your map. Yeah, I was so frustrated yesterday, I almost turned the computer off and said the hell with it. And then I only got like 3 hours of sleep because I spent the entire night trying to figure out why my island's map is crashing the editor. Alright, so let's get... do I want to do the trees? No, let's get the farmland painted in, then we'll do the... Actually, let's get the field markers in, and we'll do... Then we'll do trees, then we'll do farmland. So where did I leave off with my fields? Last field was number 9, and it was right around the corner. Alright, so you're gonna be number 10. Oop, I didn't duplicate you. Hold on. That would help. Now you're going to be number 10. So you're going to be number 10. Field marker. Let me throw on this guy. Yep, alright. Now we can come back down here and go in field 10. Corner 1. Alright, so where's corner 2? Corner 2's on this side. Alright, so corner 1. You'll come over here. Get you close, and then we'll move field. Then we'll move corner 2, and then we'll move corner 3, and then we'll get them closer to where I want them. Alright, back to corner 1. Alright, so you're about where I want you. Corner 2 needs to be yeah, you're going to need a slight adjustment, I think. About there, and then corner 3. Yeah, pull you in a little bit. Alright, so that is going to be field 10. Field 11. Let's move my... If I don't move this first, I forget about it. So let's get you there, and it'll take corner 1, and we'll slide you down. Get you close to where I want you. And then adjust corner 2. And then corner 3, and then I go back and really put them where I want them. Somewhere about there. Now let's go back to corner 1. And we'll get them dialed in. where I just saw a spot with missing grass. Alright, corner 2. And corner 3. Corner 3 I don't have to touch. Alright, so that's field 10 and 11 done. Alright. Now let's get a farmland for fields 10 and 11. Alright, farmland for fields 10 and 11. So you are going to be fields 10 and 11. Let's turn you on. So you're going to be number 27. So bits 0, 1, 3, and 4. So 0, 1, 3, and 4. You're number 27. Is that what I wanted? That is what I wanted. Now, where did my water fields end? Nowhere, because I overpainted them perfect. So let's go to square, and then let's take our new fields right up to the bridge. And then I can overpaint, and we can fix it coming back across the street with the next farmland. So get you nice and square until I get to the water. Perfect. Now it's not going to matter. So now we can overpaint this one and fix it with the next farmland when we come back across the street. And I'm not missing one square under the road. And I don't get a farmland error when we crank up the game. So when you buy this piece, these two fields are going to be on the same farmland when you buy it. So we'll take you down, and we'll overpaint you, and we'll fix you coming back when we butt up the next farmland. Alright, so farmlands are done for these two fields. Now we just need some trees. So let's close you. Let's come down to places. Come down to trees. Take my transform group and duplicate it. And then you become field 10, 11. So you're my field 10, 11 trees. Let's grab this guy, duplicate him. going to have to move him into a different transform group up here. So edit, cut, and paste. Perfect. So now we can just slide him down, and it lines him up about where I want him. There we go. Now we can zoom out a little bit. So get our trees along the road. And then we'll get our trees along the water. A quick peek at chat. I'm going to pull that one down a little bit further. I'm going to take this last tree. I'm going to split the difference a little bit. I am adding 2 greenhouses to my map at the moment. I'm going to do the placeable greenhouses and orchards for this map, so they're going to have to place their own down. So I'm not building any. I'm building as little factories as possible into this map. I want them to place almost all of their own down. Let's get you pulled out as close to the electrical wires as I can. About there. So one more of this tree. And I want to get some pine trees along the water. So we will grab you. I will duplicate that and we'll throw it in the other transform group. And then we'll just come along the water and we'll get some trees in. And then we'll call this tiny little piece of the map done. Oh, come on. One of these days I'll get a new mouse and a new mouse pad. Because the placeable greenhouses that they're going to put down on this map, they're going to have to build. So they're going to be buildable, placeable. Placeable, buildable, whatever you want to call them. And I don't have them built yet, so we're gonna. That'll be another day. I just want to work on this map for a couple days, and then we'll go back to working on some placeable factories. One more about here, and then one more closer to the bridge. Actually, let's. I don't know if I like you. Let's bring you back a little bit. Alright, about there. Alright, so we're going to call this section done. No, it's not much, but it's another tiny little section of the map done. Alright, let me do another save. It is 3 o'clock. My coffee cup is empty. So I may take a 5-minute break. Oh, we've got barbecue pulled pork roast going in the crock pot today, and it's starting to smell really good. All right, so where do we want to go next? I think I'm going to get this little placeable lot done right here next. So from the smokehouse to the bridge, we'll do a concrete placeable area. We'll get some trees along the smokehouse, along the road, and along the water. I think I want to fence it in and put two openings. I think one coming straight off of this road, and then another one closer to this end where the smokehouse is. So I think that's what we're going to do next. So I'm going to have to get rid of all this grass because most of this is going to be concrete. So I'm going to throw y'all and be right back. I'm going to take 5. I need a fresh cup of coffee. So give me about 4 or 5 minutes. I'll be back. Alright, fresh cup of coffee. Let's work on a placeable section here for some whatever you want to make into it. So we are on grass. Let's get rid of, since most of this is going to be concrete, let's get rid of all the grass first. And we'll come back and we'll put a little bit of grass left. We'll put some grass around the water just to get a couple trees in here so it doesn't look completely bare. But I want most of this to be concrete. So let's get, I know I always miss some, so we're going to have to come back. Once we paint the concrete in, we'll come back and check and see if there's any grass left. And then we'll leave some grass along the smokehouse, and we'll put a row of trees in there. I think we got most of the grass out of our way. Now, let's call this, so let's close our trees for now. Close this guy. I'm going to take, this balloon's probably going to end up getting deleted, but I'm going to leave it in there for now. I'm going to take this transform group, duplicate it so I just have another one, and we're going to call this placeable area near smokehouse. So that's my placeable area near the smokehouse. I'm going to throw a empty transform group in it. We're going to duplicate it so I have a spare, and then we're going to go fence. And we're going to throw a fence in here along the road to the smokehouse. So what fence do I want to use for this placeable area? Something a little bit more industrial. So where's my staging area? Over here. I don't want to do chain link. Let's go with, do we want to go with a wall? You are one piece with a pillar. Do you have a separate, your pillar separate? Okay, so your pillar is separate. And then I can actually stretch you out, make you a little bit longer. I think we're going to go with one of these, and we're going to change it up a little bit. Let me duplicate this. Let's throw it in our transform group. And we'll play around with it a little bit. So let's go edit, cut, fencing, paste. All right. So let's play around with this a little bit and see if I can get it to do what I want it to. So let's go edit. Let's put you here for now. You're going to have to go this direction, so let's get you to 0. Now I think you're going to be yeah, we're going to have to play around with you a little bit. I don't want it too tall either. But let's get it down into the ground a little bit so it's not as tall. But I want this center section to be a little bit longer. So you are, crap, you're all separate. Alright, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this fence. Let me fix my clip distances and my rigid bodies and that stuff first before I forget. Rigid body. You're good, you're good. You're good. Okay. I think what I think I want to do is I think I want to take the pillar. All right. Now let's grab this guy first. How? Let's see. What's your length? You are Z. So let's go with 2 on the length. Nope, too big. Let's go with 1.75. And now let's take the metal. Let's go 1.75. Okay. Are you not going to change? Y. You're static. 1. Yeah, 1.75. Oh, there we go. That looks better. So now if we take you, now how close to the road do I want you? And that's where do I want my opening? So we want to come across. I'll leave my opening. I'm going to leave a pretty wide opening here so you can get some big implements through. And then I want you away from the road so you're just behind the bridge. So right about where you were. I think that's where I want to start you. I want to leave some grass along the road. I think you're good. I'm going to leave you there. And let's start. Let's see what you look like. Well, what we could do is that fence company that's sitting at the top of the mountain that I'm using as just my staging area, we could probably at some point get that into place and working. That's going to be a working sell point. Yeah, I think we're not going to take the fence along the water, but I do want to take it back to the end of the bridge. I think. I don't think I just want to end it here, or do I want to end it here? And leave you sneak. You're not going to be able to get any vehicles under the bridge anyway. Okay, we're going to end you here, so I need another pillar. So we'll pull you over. So that's going to fix this side. So now we take our first one. And then we flip it around this way. And we get it lined back up to this one. There we go. And then we'll figure out how big of a gap I want in this fence. Like I said, I think I want to leave a pretty wide gap so you can get whatever wide implements or whatever you want to do through here. But I don't want to leave this completely open. I got to go down to my speed. I'm way too fast. So I can put these sections in. Oh, stop. Try to remember to keep an eye on chat so I don't miss anything. Oh, come on, I hate when the editor does that. Go to duplicate it and I've got something on my screen. I get this really loud bling in my ear. Gotta get out of the sight of that power line. And then I'm going to do a lot of smaller size farmlands in the valley, but once we get to the outer mountain, when you buy a chunk of land up there, it's going to be a pretty big chunk of land. So they'll be the bigger fields, the bigger farmlands around the outer mountain. Down here in the valley, they're going to be smaller farmlands and smaller fields. And I see some grass I missed. But I ain't gonna worry about it right now until we get the fence in. Alright, so how much further do we have? Oh, quite a bit yet. Now can I... Oh, I should have made this a separate transform group, and I could have just did like 10 sections of fence and then just slid them down. I was not thinking ahead. I'm usually doing single fences so I can build them. So to make them buildable, they pop in one at a time. But we're not making this buildable. So I could have done my fences in like big transform groups. Oh well. We got nothing else to do. So yeah, nothing exciting today. Tomorrow, I want to mess around with the balloon. We'll get that out of the way first. I want to get it off my to-do list. And then I think we're going to start working on railroad silos around the map. Because we're going to have at least 7 or 8 of them to put in. And we have to get all of the triggers in and working. So that should be fun. I know we're not going to get them done tomorrow. That's going to be a couple-day project. Do I want... No, we don't want another opening. Let's just go all the way to the end. But once we get the first railroad silo done, the rest of them will go a little bit quicker. Alright, so where do I want to put this next opening? I want to go a little bit further, so maybe about about 6 more sections, and we'll put a break in. does that put me? Yeah, let's get a break here. So let me take, let's slide you down a little bit. And then we'll take this last section and we'll duplicate the pillar and slide another pillar in. So that'll close that off. Now I do want to leave a little bit of a gap. So actually let's take this guy, and let's go down to the smokehouse so we can work our way back. So let me duplicate him, slide him out of the way for now, and we'll take this one and we'll make another pillar. And then we'll take this guy and I'm going to try and butt him up close to this chain link fence. So about there. Just construction barrier will go away. So I don't mind it being inside the construction barrier because that construction barrier is going to go away when you build the smokehouse. So now we can just work our way back towards the opening. How much of a gap? Okay, we can get at least like 5 or 6 more in. Again, I want to leave a pretty good opening. So do I want to go one more? Yeah, let's go one more. I don't like... Yeah, that should be good. They should give you room to get that big plow out. Alright, so on the inside, do I want to leave a little bit of grass along the fence, or do I want to take the concrete up to the fence on the inside? So let's go back to concrete. Let's go way down for now. Now, do I want to take you, if I take you up to the fence, how much concrete sticks out the other side? None. We're going to take you up to the fence. I'm going to leave some grass along the smokehouse edge because I want to put some trees down. I want to separate this with some trees on this edge. So I want to go just a little bit further. And we're going to go straight back. And we'll get some trees along there to separate the two. And then I'm going to leave some grass along the water because I want to put some trees along the water. Let me take it about there for now. And then we'll work our way back. But yeah, it's aggravating when you're playing a map and you have 20 or 30 placeable factories and there's no place to put them down. So I'm going to build a couple of these placeable areas around the map as we go, so you have plenty of room to put the factories down. grass there to erase. So let's zap you out. And then we'll take you down. Again, I want to leave some room to put trees along the water. So we'll end you at the bridge. Yeah, so we'll end you about there. Now let me fix my edge along the water first, and then we'll come back and fix the concrete. So let's go back to grass for a minute. Oh, let's go to round. And let's push our mountain back to the water, fix our grass. And then I gotta take a peek at chat because I haven't looked over at chat in a couple minutes. Oh, I am caught up on chat. Y'all are quiet today. Must be boring everybody to death. Putting everybody to sleep or boring you to death, one of the two. Alright, so how do we look? I think we look good all the way down. So let's just push this back a little bit more. And we'll finish up. Yeah, something like that. Now let's go back to concrete. And we will leave ourselves some room to put some trees in. So back to concrete. And then we'll come over here. We'll come over here. And just eyeball it a little bit. Back. Something like that. So back here. Something like that. And if y'all want to take the concrete back all the way to the water, then you're going to have to cut the trees down and use the in-game landscaping tool. Alright, so let's get you painted in. Yeah, I think we're just going to continue working around the bottom of the mountain today. Alright, so where does that leave us? That leaves us room for some... I can bring more grass in if we have to, or bring the green back if I went too far. Alright. So let's get our openings done. So let's bring you out to the road. Over here. And, oh, got some grass over here. Let me, since I see it, let me erase it. And then we'll bring you over. To the road. like so. Alright, I can live with that. Now I should have pushed these fences back a couple more inches and left room for a row of trees. Is that going to bother me? No, because we don't have any trees in front of the smokehouse. We'll put trees along the other side of the road. Okay, it's not going to bother me. But we can get our grass painted in. So let's go back to square. And let's get, now the question is going to be how much grass can we get along the fence without it bleeding through the inside. So we're back to this fine line of grass. Along the road. And then check the inside, make sure we got none sticking through. Alright, I think we're good. We can take this all the way down. Make this square just the right size. We can get this done in one pass. Yeah, this is a nice area to put a couple factories down. And I think I can close my traffic splines. I make my traffic splines invisible. I don't think I'm putting any more traffic splines in. End you there. Come back around here. Alright, so now we just have to go across the smokehouse along the water. Did I not? I didn't put the grass along the edge before I put this fence up. That was not smart of me. Now I'm going to have a hard time seeing to get an even line of grass underneath this construction barrier. Alright, not too bad. Not too bad. Now we go back to round. And we work our way down the water. I'm going to spin the camera around here in a minute so we can see. There we go. Let's get ourself worked along here. Then all we'll need are trees and a farmland. And we'll have another small section of the map done. And when you're talking a 16x map, it is a small section of map. Oh yes, this is just as boring painting it in as it is watching it getting painted in. But unfortunately, we're going to have lots of just this to do by the time we put some massive fields in around the outside, around Outer Mountain. We're going to have some massive fields and grassy areas up there. Meadows. Probably a couple lakes. A couple boathouses. Alright, almost there. Just got to get to the bridge. Alright. So this is going to be one of our placeable areas. I'm going to do a quick save. We'll get the farmland painted in, we'll get the trees in. And that's going to put me at 4 o'clock. I don't know if I'm going to start another section. Or I want to mess around with the balloons a little bit. While that's saving, let me pull up my farmlands. We're going to call this next section, I'm going to just call it placeable area near And this is just a note for myself in case I have to come in and make any changes. I have a reference as to where on the map I painted this number in. So it's going to be my placeable area near the smokehouse. It's going to have its own farmland. It's going to be farmland 28. So I just have to paint in bits 2, 3, and 4. So I know I'm going to start off with my square brush. And I said it was 2, 3, and 4. Oh, come on. For some reason it doesn't register the first time. 2, 3, 4. Farmland 28, farmland 28. Just the one I wanted. So now we take farmland 28. Over here where it's already painted, I just take it up to the road. And that evens up my farmland butted up to the previous one. And then we can just go along the water. The water will be its own farmland. And then on the opposite side of the road where we haven't painted our farmland in yet, I can overpaint and fix it on the way back because it's just easier that way. And I don't miss one tiny little square like that under the road. And when you miss one tiny little square like that, a lot of times it throws a farmland error in the log. So I tend to overpaint and then fix it on the way back with the next farmland. So I learned the hard way on my first map. It took me like 2 days to figure out what one little square on the map I was missing. So I've learned to overpaint and then fix it on the way back. So now on this side I can butt it up right up to my smokehouse, so we get a nice straight line across there. And then when we paint the other side of the road, it's all nice and square and even. Bring in one more, bam, like that. We're pretty much nice and square coming across. Take you out to the water. Now I did see one thing catch my eye. I want to go back to the smokehouse. I want to fix the area where my trash spawns. So I noticed I overpainted just a hair over there. So we'll go back and fix that. Alright, so now I should just paint the rest of this in. We should be good. Without missing any of those little tiny squares. You'll go to put a placeable down, you'll get, you don't own this land. Alright, make sure I didn't miss anything. Alright, looks pretty good. Alright, let's come back over here and fix this area I overpainted a hair. Alright, it was right here. So my smokehouse is number bits 1, 3, and 4. So let's go uncheck to 2, and it's number 26. It is number 26. So now I want to take this and I want to push this back a hair. So I don't want it to mess up the trash trigger when you come in to pick up your trash and you get a weird error saying you don't own the land. One little bald spot of grass. So let me go back here and put in a little bit of missing grass right there. Alright, now we got trees, and we'll call this placeable area done. So let's go back to here. Take this extra transform group I left in there, and we'll call it trees. And I just want to grab a, what do I want? Let's put in a couple of the, let's start off with a few of the maples. So we duplicate that one. And we go, stick it in this transform group. And we'll put a couple maples, yeah, we'll put a couple maples along here, but I think I'm going to make them a little bit smaller. So let's go 0.8, 0.8, and 0.8, yeah, they're just a little bit smaller. And we'll get a couple of you across here. Yeah, that'll work. So let me grab one there, one on this corner. Throw one in the center, and I'm going to put a couple pine trees between them. And that's all I want for that tree. And then we come down here and we'll grab a spruce stage 4. And we'll go, and we'll throw in a couple of these. And we'll put these along the water. And then I want to grab let's grab a small birch, like a stage 3. And let's grab that in our transform group. And we'll throw a couple small, of the birch trees in here. And then we'll take our pine tree and or our spruce tree, and we'll just go across the water with it. And again, I'm just going to put these in by hand so I can get them right where I want them. Actually, I want to spin it that way. Not that it matters, but get this area done. I'll see what time it is, and we'll see if I want to start any major projects or just mess around with the balloon a little bit more. Alright, over here I think I want to throw in, let's grab another one of these maples. Right here on this corner, but let's take it back up to full size. So let's go 1, 1, 1. Yeah, we'll throw in a couple of these bigger trees in here. Oh, come on. Give me the tree. I lost it. There we go. I want to throw a couple of these in here. And then we're going to go back to, I'm going to throw a couple of those down here, and then we're going to go back to the pine tree. So let's grab one of these. We'll throw a couple of these in. About there, and we'll fill in a couple of the pine trees, or the spruce trees. So bring you over. That'll work. I'll just get like 2 more over here. Yeah, why not? One more. Call it done. Throw one over here. Alright, so let's do a save. Let's go for a ride and see what this looks like in game. So let's do a save. Jump in game for a couple minutes. We'll go for a ride. We're almost all the way around the mountain, between the mountain and the canal in the valley. Yeah, I'm definitely getting rid of the hot air balloon, and we're gonna just make it fly around the air and not touch, come down, touch the ground, and take back off. I got an idea of something I want to try. We're gonna start messing around with that a little bit. We won't get it finished today. Maybe we will. Got an hour. We'll see. It just depends on how well things go in Paint.net, and Paint.net and myself, we don't get along really well. But let's go for a ride in the map. Take a break from the editor. And let's spend a couple minutes just riding around. Oh, see, yeah, we're definitely going to get rid of that hot air balloon. We're going to get rid of this whole mess right here. I don't like it. Let's grab a truck. And I'm sick of white. Let's grab an orange truck. And let's go for a ride. And let me just zoom out as far as I can if anybody's new to this map. So we have Center Mountain, surrounded by a big valley, and then around the perimeter of the map is another mountain. So we have a center mountain surrounded by a valley surrounded by an outer mountain. So we're going to go down into the valley first. And then I'll take you over one of the big bridges so you can see from mountain to mountain what it looks like. But that whole mess right there to my right is going to go the hot air balloon. So we come down a half a level. And we have to the left is the animal dealer. So So come in here, pick up your animals, and then you can drive straight through and around. And then right here is one of our only 2 cell triggers in the map that are currently working, and that's your bale sale. So that's your barn. And we go all the way down to the lowest level, inside the canal, in the valley. And this is where we've been working the last couple of days. My field on the right is not in yet. I started painting it in, but I don't like it. So that's going to get changed. I don't have the field corners in yet. So that's not a defined field yet. So these first couple fields are on the smaller side. This is field 1. In new farmer mode, you're going to own this field. So this will be field 1. And then you'll also get this little spot across the road. And I don't have it done yet, but I'm still deciding whether I want to leave this a grass meadow or if I want to make this a small forest so you can cut the trees down and earn some cash. So not quite sure yet on this section. I think I'm going to do a grass meadow, but I'm leaning towards a grass meadow. So gas station trigger here is working. So this gas station trigger is working. And then the BGA is in and it's working as well. I gotta fix those flashing textures on the ground. So this is working. Now, BGA property, let me get on my side of the road. So the BGA property, when you buy it, this is going to be one piece of property. And then across the street from the BGA, fields 2, I missed 1 square. You see that? I'm going to have to go back in and paint 1 square in. Fields 2, 3, 4, 5, up to the bridge is another farmland that you can buy. Look at that. I missed that. Oh no. Why is there something gray on the map? I'm going to have to go back in the editor to see if I missed a square or if there's just something, a weird gray spot on our temporary map. I have no idea. But anyway, that's going to be 1 property. I'm going to go back in the editor and see if I missed a square over there in the middle of those fields. So if you buy properties with fields 2, 3, 4, and 5, it has its own little farmhouse. So if you want to claim this piece of property, you can put your own sleep trigger down and call this home. So head back out here. And then to my right are fields 6, 7, and 8, but you have to buy them and build them. If you don't have access to that land, you can't get in there. So fields 6, 7, and 8, you're going to have to buy and build. And when you buy it and build it, the fence goes away and all those boulders go away. So you'll have access to that land. So this is one property, and then on my left side of the road, it is a field and a forest, and it's one property. So the property on my right, 678, you're going to have to buy it, then build it. And then there's a oil well 2. And, okay, I forgot to park cars at the slaughterhouse again. But anyway, this is oil well 2. You're going to have to buy it and then build it. Why is that? Okay, yeah, you're going to have to buy it and then open the property to get into it. Then we have Waterfields 1 and Waterfields 2 here with another small farmhouse. So you can claim this property if you'd like. And put your sleep trigger down right here and claim this part of the map if you want. So Waterfields 2, Waterfields 3 and 4, between the mountain and the canal, and it's its own farmland right here. A little bit of missing grass right there. I'm going to have to go back in and paint. We'll come down further. I think the next section we're going to finish is the one to my left. So now we have fields on this side. We have 10 and 11. So now you have 10 and 11. And this is one piece of property. And then you have the placeable area we just put in. And we have the smokehouse. But I think this square here, along 10 and 11 and around the corner, I think I'm going to make that one farmland. We're going to put a couple fields in there, maybe a small forest, but we're going to make it buildable. We're going to make it build it. So across the street here, we're going to put in a couple of fields, a forest, maybe a meadow. I'll probably make it one farmland, and then make you buy it and then build it. Now we have, yeah, this is going to be a nice area. So now we have a nice new one of our new placeable areas. I wasn't sure I was going to like this when I was in the editor, but yeah, it's definitely, this is going to be a nice area. Now we have the smokehouse to my right. So this is another property you're going to have to buy and then build. And then that's as far as we got around the mountain. So let's head over across the canal. Cowboy Mike 1970, can you add a racetrack? I don't know. Let me sleep on it. I don't want to look too much like Pleasant Valley. And I know Pleasant Valley has a racetrack. So I don't know. Let me sleep on it. So this area that's fenced in to my right is the bait house. And then the bait house is also one big property. So when you buy the bait house, you're going to get the grass meadows on both sides of the bait house. So you're going to have to buy it, then you're going to have to build it. And then when you build it, all the trees pop into place. So there are trees on the property, you just can't see them until you build it. Property to my left we haven't touched yet. So that brings us back across the canal. So the first property here to my right is fish processing, and you're going to have to buy it and build it. So fish processing is its own farmland. You're going to have to buy it, build it, and then the clay pit over here you're going to have to buy and build. And then this property across the street here I don't have finished yet. So the clay pit right here, you're going to need that early game. You're going to need to make bricks and pavers. So that takes us here to one of the railroad silos I started toying around with. So what I want to do is I want to connect this grain silo at the bottom of the hill, and I'll show you when we drive up there. I want to connect it to a railroad silo on the top of the hill. So if I have, let me get a little bit of speed. So if I have a couple fields along here that I own, and I harvest my crop, I could dump it in the silo here, and then I could pick it up on the top of the hill, or I can pick it up back here on the bottom of the hill, so I can transfer product from train to truck or truck to train. So the top of the hill, I don't have it finished yet. I was just toying around with it to see how I wanted to set it up. So when we come back up now to Outer Mountain, out of the valley, we're going to have this silo that you can drop off by truck or by train. I don't have the train crossing signals in yet. So I should be able to transfer from truck to train and train to truck, but I can drop stuff off up here, and I can pick it up at the bottom of the mountain, or I can drop stuff off at the bottom of the mountain, and I can pick it up here on the top of the mountain, depending on where my placeable factory is. So that's something that we're going to start playing with tomorrow. I want to see if I can get that actually working and see if I can get it to work. And then I want to get another farmhouse up here on this property. I'm not sure where yet. Maybe right over here by the pond. I want to put in a farmhouse, a couple vehicle sheds, and then we'll have a grass meadow and then another field. and we'll connect all of this property together so it's the same farmland when you buy it. So that's probably what we're going to work on tomorrow. I'm going to get all the triggers in and see if we can actually make it work. And then I'll fence it and make you build it. You're not getting that one for free. You're going to have to build every single railroad silo. But we'll get a couple nice long narrow fields in between the road and the railroad track. Or grass meadow, I'm not sure yet. And then we'll get a couple, we'll figure that out tomorrow on how we want to break this up between fields and meadows and forests. But I want this to be one property from this bridge to the road we drove up on coming out of from the valley up to the mountain. So I want all of this to be the same farmland. So when you do buy and build it, it's a nice big piece of property. And then this will take it back across the valley back to Center Mountain. There's one bridge north, south, east, and west that takes you across the valley. If I can drive straight. Nothing to look at yet because we don't have a lot of the textures and stuff done underneath it. No problem. Looks awesome so far. Thank you. Yeah, the racetrack is up for debate. I know Dave has one, and I'm trying not to do a lot of what Dave has in his maps. Now I may put, instead of the racetrack, like Ritchieville, I may give you a monster truck course. So this takes us back to Center Mountain, back to the vehicle shop. Ignore the sidewalk, it's too wide, it's going to get made smaller. And then the side, if you come through here, a vehicle shop, and it's also going to be a sell point. Walmart's in and working, that's a sell point. We have Central Station, Central Warehouse, right here. Another spot here for placeables. So I'm going to leave this open. Train signals are not in yet. And then this will take you back across the valley. So the areas of the map that are done when you start crossing the bridges are starting to look really cool underneath. Down on the bottom with those big rocks in the field is water fields 1 and 2. There's big rocks in the middle of the field because you have to buy them and then build them. And when you build them, those big rocks will go away. And then straight across from this bridge are the mines. And you don't have access to them until you do a little bit of work. So in order to get down into the mines, the very first time you fire up the game, you have to go back to Central Station. You have to pick up 500,000 liters of wood chips that's preloaded in Central Station, and you have to deliver it here. And you have to wait 8 hours, and the mines will open up where you have access to them and you can use them. But it's about 4:20. Let me get out of here. I'm not going to save that because anytime we make a change in the map, there's a new save game. Drag strip? Dixieland, we really want something original and not copy what somebody else has done. Exactly. Drag strip can use the drag cars and the monster trucks. Now that's a thought. A drag strip and a monster truck course. Now let me sleep on that idea. That is definitely a possibility. Alright, so I think I'm not going to, yeah, what time is it? It's about 4:20. I only have about 45 minutes and then I have to get out of here. I think this section here from underneath the bridge, coming around the corner to underneath the bridge here, I think I'm going to make it one farmland. We're going to do part forest. We're going to do part meadow. I think we're going to do another farmhouse. We'll put a couple small fields in. We'll take the property, we'll end it at the bridge, and then we'll make you buy it and then build it. So this section will probably work on tomorrow. I want to get the area around the mountain between the canal done, so I can call at least part of the map done. So we'll probably work on that tomorrow. And then this really weird piece of property over here, from the bridge around to over here to the waterfall. So this little section of property here, I'll probably make it one farmland. I'll probably do forest between the road and the mountain and grass meadow over here. And in new fiber mode, I'll probably give it to you to start the map with. Maybe we'll even put a little farmhouse over here. I'll cut this mountain back a little bit so it's a little bit more open so you can see the waterfall. And then we'll probably put maybe a little farmhouse there. And we'll do part forest, part meadow, and new farmer mode will give it to you to start with. And then on this side, I haven't really decided what I want to do here yet, so I'm not going to touch this section of the map yet, but the area between this little square here between the roads, or rectangular, I want to do a church. I want to do a church with the parking lot, and I want to do two soccer fields, and I want to do a small, like an open air market, like a farmer's market, but not a really big farmer's market, just a couple vegetable stands and a couple fruit stands. So that's what I want to do with that square. We'll probably make, I don't know what I want to do along here. I'll probably do like a row of townhouses maybe around, like right across here. Maybe a sell point, maybe a nursing home and a sell point. That's a possibility right there. And then this weird piece of property right here, I haven't decided yet. So that piece of property is undecided, this piece of property is undecided, but I definitely want to do a church, parking lot, couple soccer fields, and an open air little market right there. So that's another thing that we're going to need to mess around with very, very soon. But I got about, what time is it? I only have about a half an hour. I don't want to start anything major. Let's grab this tiny little weird piece of property down here and let's work on it. I don't have a lot of time, so we can start messing around with this a little bit. So let's grab, what's my height down here? My height down here is 105.148. That is correct. So let's go replace. Let's go back to round. And let's push this mountain back a little bit so I can see the waterfall. So let's push this mountain back a little bit. And then we'll retexture it. And we'll give you a little bit more land. It'll give us a little bit more land. And that'll give us room to put a nice little farmhouse in here. So let's push this back some along here. And we'll smooth this side out, and we'll smooth this down a little bit. And that's to give us a little bit more room. And if I put a farmhouse like right here on the end, we should now be able to see the waterfall. So let's grab our grass color. So let's go back to grass. And let's take this back. Along here. And along the mountain. And let me, we got a little bit of a hump there, so let me smooth that out a little bit more. What I think I'm going to do is I'm going to pull this land back a little bit. Let's push the water back a little bit, and let's do a little. Ooh, I like that. Hold on. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to pull this land out, because I got no boats or splines or anything running over here yet. Let's pull this out a little bit. And let's put our house like right back in here. So we'll pull this water out a little bit more. And then we'll grab our grass color. And we'll go back in along the water. And we'll put a nice little farmhouse back here. Ooh, I like that. That turned out better than I was expecting. Alright. So put a nice little farmhouse on this side. We'll run forest up to the bridge. We'll leave a meadow across the street. We'll make this one property. So let's fix our grass on this side and push it back to the edge of the water. So if I do the drag strip monster truck course, it's not going to be in the valley. It's going to be somewhere on Outer Mountain. Maybe over behind. I got this weird little piece of property behind the mines. So let me sleep on it. Maybe we'll do like a drag strip monster truck course. Oop, back there. I did not want to do that. Let me push this back down. I grabbed it when I went to paint. Let me push it down. I grabbed it when I went to paint the section in. So let's take, yeah, we're going to take this weird piece of property and we're going to push it all the way back to the smokehouse, to the bridge. We'll see how far we get before I have to get out of here for the day. I don't think we'll get it finished, but we'll be close. Alright, so that's that part done. I may push this mountain back if I have to. I can push this mountain back even a little bit further. I think I'm going to do that now. It's going to give us a little bit more room for the farmhouse. It's going to give us a little bit better view, so hold on. So let me come back here. Let's push this back even further. Yeah, I like that. So let's flatten this out. It's going to be a nice little spot for a farmhouse. And then let's push our grass back. Oh, a little bit too far. Let me undo that. And let's go a little bit slower so I don't go too far. Something like that. Yeah, I like this a little bit better. And then you need a little bit more smooth. And you need just a little bit more grass. There we go. That's going to look, turn off. That's going to look better when we put a farmhouse right there. Now, the other nasty chore we have to do is we have to underpaint our road. So let's just get that nasty chore done. And I'm going to go to square. And we're going to paint. Why am I not painting? Add is left mouse button. There we go. So let's add our gravel along the road. Okay, so I wasn't out far enough. So you're going to go wide on one side, narrow on the other side. So if that's how you want to be, that's how you want to be. Cowboy Mike, that would be perfect. You'll be able to, you will, can you put a chicken coop? No, all the animal, thank you Dixie, all the animal pens are going to be place your own. I'm not building anything into the map. This map, I want almost 80% of this map, 85% of this map is all place your own. So there will be no animal pens built into this map. There's very little factories built into this map. They're all going to be place your own. So let's get this nasty little chore done, and then we can work on getting a farmhouse set up. Now, I'm not going to make you build this property. I'm going to give you this piece of property to start with in new farmer mode. So this piece of property we will leave open. I'm not going to make you buy it and then build it. I'm going to leave it on square because eventually we'll come back to a straight piece. And actually I can go a little bit longer today because I don't have to help her with dinner because we have pulled pork going in the crock pot, and the only other side she's making are garbage fries. So she's just gonna throw them in the oven, so I don't have to worry about even helping her finish dinner today. And I think we're even gonna eat a little bit later than normal today because I'm thinking my brother-in-law is getting home from work a little bit later than normal today. Alright, so let's take you over to the bridge. And I think that, we'll see. We may have to go around the corner and go back to the bridge. I can't remember. Alright, so that finishes that side. No, I think we're done. I think we just got to come back on this side. Alright, so that underpaints my road. Does it go all the way? It does. So that finishes this section of underpainting the road. So now we come over here. Let me do a quick save. What are garbage fries? Garbage fries are, we take regular homemade, like potatoes, and we'll leave these skins on and just clean them really well. And then she's got this food processor that she squishes the potato through, and it comes out to like a shoestring French fry. So we make our own French fries, and then she'll throw them in the oven and cook them where they're almost done. And then we'll pull them out of the oven, and we'll put chili with no beans on it. So a little bit of chili, a little bit of cheese, some black olives, and then we'll throw them in the oven and finish cooking it. So the taco meat, it's almost like a combination taco meat and chili with no beans. It gets hot and all the cheese melts down into the fries. And then when we serve them on the table, when you take your portion and throw them on your plate, you throw a little bit of sour cream on them. So it's basically like a chili cheese fry. We call them garbage fries. Alright, so we are going to create a new farmhouse. So we're going to let me duplicate that empty transform group, and I'm going to call it the waterfall farmhouse. That sounds amazing. They are amazing. It's definitely more than a one Tums night when I go to bed, but they are amazing. The more spice I eat, the more I'm up at night. Alright, so what house do we want to put down here for our farmhouse? This is my staging area. I don't want anything too big. I think we're going to grab... No, maybe not. Alright, let's grab... Let's grab this guy. Let's grab this guy, and we will call him a home for down here. So I'm going to duplicate that. And then we'll come over here. Oh, this one. Edit, paste. And we'll bring this guy down. And we'll turn him. Which way is his garage facing? This way. Now, how do we want... Do we want to put the garage behind the house and let him face? Or do we want to spin him this way? I think I want the house... let's get your height right first. Like so. I think we're gonna do a weird driveway going around the back of the house. I think I want it facing... I want to try and get it facing in this direction. So your backyard's gonna be facing the road. Your front of your house is gonna be facing the waterfall. I think. No, let's just go this way. We'll put your backyard facing the waterfall. yeah, let's go this way. Let's pull you this way a little bit. That'll work. So let's grab, for now, let's grab the round brush, and let's grab, let's go back to concrete, and let's see if we can get a small-ish driveway coming out to the road. Again, I want to widen this up a little bit so you can get some implements and stuff through here. So something like that. And do I want to go a little bit wider? No, you're going to be just about right. So we have our driveway coming back. We're going to need a little bit of a sidewalk here coming into the front door. And then, ooh, I have a couple sharp edges. Hold on, let me flatten out this mountain a little bit so I can get rid of these sharp edges. Alright, so we'll have, so on the back side of the house, yeah, we'll do a little, we'll extend the porch out, and we'll do a little bit of a patio. And we'll take it around here a little bit. Alright, so that will work. So there's our house, backed up to the waterfall. We'll put in a little bit of a fence, but I want to grab one of my open sheds. And I just got to figure out where I have it. Farm near Waterfield 3, you do have one. I'm going to grab the shed. I'm going to duplicate it. I'm going to go edit, cut. We're going to throw it in here. And we're going to get, yeah, a couple sheds along the mountain. Got to figure out exactly where I want them. I think I want to try and get them as close to the mountain as I can without the mountain coming into the shed. Hang on, I think I got to come down just a hair. Let me zoom in really slow so I can see it. Yeah, I got to pull these down just a hair because they always come in a little bit too high. So right about there. Nope, you're still a little bit too low. So I'm going to pull you up just a little bit. Perfect. And now let's see if how far I can take you back before I see mountain. Right there. It's as far back as I can go. So there's, I'm going to put one more shed in. So we're going to take you, we'll turn you a little bit, and we'll push you back as far as I can. Same thing without seeing mountain inside of the shed. Alright, I think that's as far, yeah, that's as far back as I can get you. Alright, so that'll work. So now let's get, let's go a little bit of rough dirt. Yeah, so we'll get a little bit of room for you to turn around and get your vehicles in. And then we'll take that all the way down to here. So a little bit of room for you to turn around, get your vehicles in. We'll take that down along the mountain. Actually, no, let me back that out. I want to leave some room to put some grass in between them and a tree. So let me bring this back around. So I'll give you room to turn around and pull into your shed. So let's come over. So let's bring a road from there connecting you to the driveway. So you can come in. And then this side is going to be a small forest with some trees. Let's do this. Let's come off this corner. And let's bring in another road coming over this way. That'll work. So that'll take you in from this direction. So we're going to do forest on this side up to the bridge, meadow on this side up to the smokehouse. Alright, let me go up to my other house. Why don't we have that in the Netherlands? Why don't you have a what in the Netherlands, Rob? Let me know. Was it the garbage fries? Alright, so let's grab a canopy. So let's duplicate a grill, and we'll go edit, cut, and paste, and get your barbecue grill. Yeah, the garbage fries. So let's grab you right about there. Push you in on the patio though. And then we'll grab a set of furniture. And we'll throw, there we go, get you more places to picnic on. And then over here, I want to grab, where am I? Let's grab a little bit of sand. And then one of my houses, I can't remember which one. It is, hold on, I know where I want to go. I want to go to, no, let's just go for a fly. It'll be much easier. I think I have it over here. I want to grab a couple, I'm going to grab a swing set and a trampoline and a clothesline pole. And I can't remember where I have them. Don't know if they're up here or down at my other house. They're up here. So I'm going to grab this guy, duplicate him. Oh, I'm going to be scrolling forever until I get to my right transform group. I forgot. I shouldn't have went to this one because this one is a big build. Crap, did I already duplicate that? Hold on, we're going to go to a different house. And if I already duplicated it, I'm just going to delete it. Did I duplicate it? I did. I'm going to delete that. We're going to go to a different house. That one I forgot has this massive transform group to pull it out of. Because all of these trees spawn in when you build that area. So let me come down here. I think I have another one over here. Yeah, I'm gonna go about another 10 or 15 minutes. I'm gonna get out of here and we'll finish this area up tomorrow. We'll mess around with the balloon, and then we'll mess around with. I don't have one over here. I swear I had another slide and trampoline right here. I'm gonna grab these. So I'm gonna duplicate that one. We're gonna go edit, cut, and we're going to paste it into that transform group, and we're going to grab the trampoline. We're going to duplicate that. We're going to go edit, cut, and paste, and that gives me that, and I'm going to grab a clothesline pole. Let's duplicate that. And we'll go edit, cut, and paste. Now I thought I had a wood pile. Did I not put one? Okay, I didn't put one there. Did I put a wood pile over here? I did not. Alright, so we're going to be wood pileless. Where are we? Over here. Alright, so we're going to go slide. And let's put our slide down. Trampoline. Throw the trampoline down. And then clothesline. There we go. Where do you put your dirty laundry? Or your clean laundry? Put your clean laundry right about there. Alright. Now, I think I want to take, so I don't have to mess around with any grass, I think I'm going to take, let's go back to concrete a minute. Oh, wrong one. This one. I think I want to take the concrete along here, so you have another sidewalk coming back here. And I think I'm going to take, yeah, let's just take it back so it's along the sand. Alright, something like that. That'll work. So now we need to, do I want to leave this backyard open or do I want to fence it in? Do I want to run a fence from the garage to the water and then the garage over to the mountain? Just to fence it in a little bit. Let's see what we have in the way of fences. Where's my staging area? Over here. Let's grab... let's grab... Let's grab one of these wooden posts. So let me duplicate that. And we'll move it up. Let me just close some of the stuff as I go. So it makes it easier. So let's go right here. Yeah, right here. Edit, cut, and paste. So I have a post, and let's do this guy right here. Let me duplicate him. And we'll go edit, cut, and paste. Alright, so there's our fence post and our fence. So we'll come back down here. Alright, now I can slow my speed down so I don't have to fly across the map. So let's grab our fence. We'll throw it here for now. Grab our post. We'll throw it here for now. So I have a rigid body. My clip distance is good. It has a rigid body. My clip distance is too low, so you need a couple more zeros. All right. So our first section of fence. Is my house floating? No, my house isn't floating. All right. So this first section of fence, which way do we want you facing? You're going to have to face this way. So let's pull you over. We will get you close to the edge of the house, edge of the garage, so about here. And straight across to the water. So I'll start at the water's edge. We'll work our way back. So this one we're going to sink into the ground a little bit. And then the next section we'll pull back out a little bit. So I need my pole. And let's bring the pole over. Try and get it lined up with this one a little bit. And we'll sink you down and we'll pull you over here about there. I know this fence runs off the edge of the slope a little bit, so let's make you a little bit taller. And we'll sink you down into the ground like so. That works. And then we take our next fence section, bring it back towards the house, but I want to pull it back out of the ground like so. Oh, excuse me. All right, so gives us a little bit of a walkway to go between the garage and the house. Now let's grab this guy again, but instead of bringing him over from the garage, we're going to push him back to about here. And we're going to run him from here across to the mountain, I think, in a straight line. No, let's bring him back. I don't like that. So let's bring you back. Let's turn you this way. So you run back, yeah, back this way. Alright. So this time I'm going to start at the mountain and work my way back towards the house. And then I'm going to get out of here really soon. And we'll finish this project up tomorrow. Pushed you back just a hair too far. There we go. And if that's going to leave a little bit of a gap in the fence, if you want to get like one of those little push mowers in, the push mower mod, and come in and mow your grass. I'm going to leave it there. I'm going to leave that gap there. We just need a fence post. So I'm going to grab a fence post. We're going to bring it over here. We'll get it all lined up. We'll get it lined up with this one. And then we'll get it into place. So you're going to come up a little bit taller. Yeah, right about there. And then you'll just go over here. Alright, so the only thing I forgot was the mailbox. So now I gotta figure out which house has a mailbox. Right here. So let's duplicate that. And let's grab, and we'll get our mailbox over here. Right about there. So that's going to be a little, by the time we get the fences in, or not the fence, the grass in, the trees in, this is going to look like a really cool piece of property. Richard Farm Inc. Hello. Thank you for stopping in, taking time out of your day saying hello. Unfortunately, I have to get out of here for the night. So I think we're going to leave it here. I'm going to save this. I'm going to throw y'all on ending soon. I'm going to save the map and close it. Appreciate everybody stopping in, saying hello. We will finish this up tomorrow. I want to work on the balloon because I absolutely hate what I did today. So we're going to trash the balloon and redo the balloon tomorrow. It's not going to come down, touch down, and take off. It's only going to fly around the map. So I've got something in mind I want to try with the balloon. And then I want to get either two things. I want to either finish the area around the mountain, between the canal and the mountain, or we're going to start building railroad silos. I haven't decided yet. So, one of the two things. It's not sure yet. Rob VTB, thank you. Thanks, Dixieland. Dixie for stopping in, hanging out in chat, answering questions. Rob, y'all have a good night. Richard, have a good night. If I missed anybody else in chat, I will catch everybody tomorrow.